Good morning, everyone. Also, on behalf of Dr. Niki Siampakou from the Instituut and Professor Cheryl Lawther from the Senator George J. Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice of Queen's University Belfast, a very warm welcome to the Instituut and to our conference, Innovative Ways to Counter-Terrorism, the Role of Transitional Justice. My name is Christophe Paulus and I'm the outgoing acting academic director of the Instituut, which is an inter-university research center in the field of international European law, affiliated with the University of Amsterdam, and this year celebrating its 60th anniversary. However, I'm also the coordinator of the Institute research strand focusing on, among other things, international criminal law and legal aspects of countering terrorism. So I'm really thrilled to open our important conference. And I should in fact say Niki's conference, as she has been the main driver behind it from its initial idea to the search for speakers, as well as funding. And I think the final program and all its stellar speakers and moderators, as well as the impressive group of organizations that have helped making this conference a reality, and namely Open Science NL, the British Embassy in the Netherlands, the Royal Netherlands Society of International Law, or KNVR in Dutch, and the Kroc Institute for International Peace Studies of the University of Notre Dame, I think shows how successful Niki has been in her efforts. So thank you so much, Niki. Today's conference will address whether and how transitional justice, or TJ, can be used as an innovative way to counter terrorism by analyzing the Northern Ireland and Colombian cases. Niki will say more about today's program, but let me take a step back first and stress the importance of having this discussion in the first place. I think the geopolitical developments are going so fast that a reassessment of the world's most pressing challenges and how they can be countered and with whom is needed more than ever. And today's conference does exactly that in the context of counterterrorism, exploring and assessing the potential of TJ. And I think TJ's focus on long-term, sustainable and victim-centered solutions is a welcome addition to the hard and short-term security focus that, despite promises to the country, still permeates the counterterrorism context. And so I'm very excited, as you've heard, about this conference and the useful insights I'm sure it will engender. Now, in view of the time, I would now like to give the floor to Niki. Dr. Niki Siampakou is a researcher at the T.M.C. Institute, where she works on victims of international crimes and terrorism, as well as on transitional justice. And prior to her current position, Niki was a joint research fellow at the International Center for Counterterrorism, the ICCT, and the T.M.C. Institute. And between 2021 and 2023, Niki worked in the field of transitional justice at the Institut Louis Jaunet in France. And she holds a PhD from Aix-Marseille University and was a visiting PhD researcher at New York University and the University of Amsterdam. So thank you again so much, Niki, for all your efforts. Thank you all for being here. I know that several of you have come from very far away, and I wish you a very interesting and inspiring day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's my turn to welcome you here at the Institute. I'm Dr. Niki Siampakou, and I'm a researcher in international law here at the Institute and a member of the Scientific Organization Committee of this conference. The conception of the thematic focus of this conference was born at the end of 2023, when I started researching the possible interactions between transitional justice and counterterrorism. The idea of organizing a conference on the topic was very warmly welcomed by Dr. Christophe Paulus and Professor Richard Inglis, and led to this very inspiring collaboration between Instituut and Queen's University Belfast. The objective of today's event is to address the question whether and how transitional justice can be used as an innovative way to counter terrorism by analyzing the Northern Ireland and Colombian cases. For those of you who are not familiar with the field of transitional justice is defined by the United Nations as the full range of processes and mechanisms associated with a society's attempt to come to terms with a legacy of large-scale past abuses in order to ensure accountability, serve justice, and achieve reconciliation. So it is based on 4 pillars: justice, truth, reparation, and guarantees of non-recurrence. which should be thought as a part of a whole and be implemented holistically to redress human rights abuses. Despite the common ground between terrorist acts and international crimes that we can see when we are studying these two fields, such as, for instance, massive victimization, widespread material harm, or serious psychological impact, research combining transitional justice and counterterrorism remains limited, with only a small number of articles and events on the topic having taken place. However, in my view, a transitional justice approach could be an interesting, innovative, yet underexplored way to complement counterterrorism measures, providing responses that respect the rule of law and human rights. Today, our speakers will try to generate a better understanding of transitional justice potential relevance within a counterterrorism context and raise awareness among our distinguished audience and beyond on the potential adoption of transitional justice lenses in a counterterrorism context. The two cases that we have today will focus in Northern Ireland and Colombia. The Northern Ireland case concerned the 30 years long conflict in Northern Ireland, during which more than 3,500 people were killed. Main actors in the conflict were Republican paramilitaries, such as the Provisional Irish Republican Army and the Irish National Liberation Army, loyalist paramilitaries, British state security forces, and political activists. The conflict ended with the Good Friday Agreement on 1998, an agreement which, even though does not include the term transitional justice, its elements align with the four pillars. The Colombian conflict started around the same period and is defined as a low-intensity asymmetric war between the government of Colombia, far-right paramilitary groups and crime syndicates, and far-left guerrillas, including the FARC. In 2016, the Colombian government and the FARC signed a peace agreement which includes transitional justice initiatives. Both agreements constitute successful instances of conflict resolution, which included terroristic violence, and contributing to bring peace. But of course, the challenges are still present, and our speakers will also discuss about this. Our speaker will aim to explore which and how transitional justice mechanisms contribute to reducing the terrorist threat in the long term, fostering national security, as well as taking into account victims and survivors and promoting reconciliation. We hope that this conference will contribute to advancing interdisciplinary research in the field of transitional justice and counterterrorism, but also serve as a ground of networking and forming partnership for future research. We therefore see this conference as a beginning for further collaborations on the topic. As you can see in the program, the conference will feature panel sessions and be complemented by two keynote lectures. It will start with an opening keynote by Professor Fionnuala Ní Aoláin, former UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Counterterrorism. Following this, we will have two panels of distinguished experts who will delve into the lessons learned from Northern Ireland and from Colombia. The day will close with an in-conversation keynote by Professor Josefina Echavarría Álvarez, Director of the Peace Accord Matrix Program at the Instituut for International Peace Studies at the University of Notre Dame, and Professor Richard Inglis, Director of the Senator George Mitchell Institute at Queen's University, Belfast. I would like to draw your attention on the fact that this event will be recorded and uploaded on USER's YouTube channel. So before closing this short introduction, I would like to thank, first of all, our co-organizer, the Senator George Mitchell Institute at Queen's University, Belfast, as well as the following institutions for their kind financial contribution: the Open Science Netherlands, the Royal Netherlands Society of International Law, the British Embassy in the Netherlands, and the Kroc Institute for International Peace Studies of the University of Notre Dame. The financial support has considerably contributed to the realization of this event, and we thank them very much. Additionally, I would like to thank our speakers who are joining us today online and here in The Hague, and the ASER team for their valuable help. Last but not least, I would like to thank you all for coming here today to listen to our speakers, but also contribute to the discussion on the topic. I wish you all an inspiring conference. And now I'm still staying with you to present our first speaker. So I'm very pleased to have the honor to welcome Professor Aoláin, who will deliver the opening keynote of today's conference, an excellent opening to this day. Thank you very much, Professor, for accepting our invitation and finding time for your busy schedule to be with us. So Professor Fionnuala Aoláin is concurrently Regents Professor and Robina Professor of Law, Public Policy and Society at the University of Minnesota Law School, a Professor of Law at the Queen's University, Belfast. She is the recipient of numerous academic awards and honors and an elected Fellow of the Royal Irish Academy. She has published extensively, including in the fields of counter-terrorism and human rights and transitional justice, and her book, Law in Times of Crisis, was awarded the American Society of International Law's Preeminent Prize in 2007. Professor Aoláin was United Nations Special Rapporteur on the protection and promotion of human rights while countering terrorism between 2017 and 2023, and she was appointed KC in 2004. So Professor Aoláin's opening keynote presentation will focus on the topic of transitional justice, experiences, and potentialities for counterterrorism based on her extensive professional experience and research on both fields. She will have a presentation of around 30 minutes, and following her presentation, we will try to take some questions from the public. Thank you very much, and without further ado, I'm giving the floor to Professor. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you can hear me, and apologies that I can't join you in person. My commitments in Belfast keep me in Northern Ireland this week. But I want to thank my colleagues, particularly at Queen's University and the ASER Institute, for this invitation and for the opportunity to speak to you. My presentation builds on my work as Special Rapporteur on Counterterrorism and Human Rights, and is also building on the work that my co-author and colleague, Dr. Anne Scherberg, and I have published, particularly and specifically on this interface between counterterrorism and human rights. The theme of today's talk, as you already know, and the subject of the conference is whether and how transitional justice can be used in counterterrorism. And I suppose I'll start by simply jumping to the punchline and saying that I think the deployment or use of counterterrorism, of transitional justice in service of counterterrorism is problematic in multiple levels. And the reason for that concern and caution about deployment or commodification of TJ in counterterrorism norms, practices, and institutions is something I hope to elucidate for you in the next 30 minutes. So I think, as our introduction has already said, but I will say some things about the field of transitional justice. Many of you know that for decades, human rights violations and the victims of those violations have placed an enormous hope in transitional justice as the vehicle to address sustained, systematic, and deeply wounding human rights and humanitarian law violations. And in some ways, transitional justice is in itself this extraordinary vehicle of new aspirations and bespoke mechanisms. And it's absolutely true. And I think there's no one who's worked in this field as I and my colleagues at Queen's have done for several decades. There's none of us that would undermine or I think reject the premise that it does hold significant promise to close impunity gaps, to focus on the needs and demands of victim survivors. It offers some hope of accountability, of reparation, and guarantees of non-repetition. But it's also true, as the promise of transitional justice has grown, the sort of, and as transitional justice itself has consolidated as a field, its early beginnings as a tool primarily for use in post-authoritarian or more recently in post-conflict societies has seen it sort of being drawn to other places and to other sites of grievance. And I think there's lots to say about the success of transitional justice. It's produced a vocabulary for us to name harms. It's created a way to talk about new institutions, and it's helped us in a way define the specificity of violence in particular sites. But it's also facing several challenges. And the most significant challenge is practical enforcement in the field. And we've also seen pushback against institutional games. We've seen the rewriting of the recent histories of transitional justice by populist and nationalist successor regimes. We've seen, again, a lack of specific remedy and reparations to victims, despite these sort of lofty goals that we have when we talk about transitional justice. And we've also seen what some might describe as the dilution or the pull away from core transitional justice imperatives to a range of sites and contexts that were really not imagined for transitional work in the first place. And I think the reason that's really important to remember is that transitional justice steps in when regular legal systems do not or cannot work. And it has always worried me enormously when democratic governments or even non-democratic governments choose to go to transitional justice before they've failed to exhaust the regular capacity of the ordinary legal system to address the particular need of victims and victim communities. So as we think about how transitional justice has moved, I want us to focus in particularly on the way in which transitional justice has become increasingly associated, including in my home place, Northern Ireland, in a transition from conflict to peace. And of course, for counter-terrorism purposes, what's really important to note is that those sites of conflict have a really cogent overlap with situations and geographies that are deemed to pose a threat of terrorism, or places or geographies that experience large-scale terrorist attacks, or places that are categorized as terrorism hotspots by other governments. And I think the key point I want to make to you is that the choice to define something as a counter-terrorism space or an action as terrorist is often a highly contingent and political determination. And one of the key points I want to raise early on is to acknowledge that one of the reasons why we see several states increasingly leaning into and using the language of counterterrorism is precisely because they want to avoid the application of the language of the law of armed conflict and their jus cogens and other treaty obligations under international and human rights law. So the point here is a really critical one, that transitional justice, when it steps into this area of counterterrorism, is stepping into a highly contingent legal space, a space defined in many ways as my 6-year term as Special Rapporteur illustrated, a place of arbitrariness dominated by national definitions of terrorism and increasingly abused by states to advance and sustain serious and systematic human rights violations. So this overlap is happening not just because of geographies, but because states are increasingly defining and designating terrorist groups and individuals or violent extremist groups as such. And they do so in places that are also coterminous with the law of armed conflict or are experiencing significant conflict challenges. And so this is the place, I think, of greatest relevance to the conflict today. So there are sort of 4 main points I want to make. I want to look at the way in which we've sort of invoked counterterrorism in places of conflict before 2001, and here the space of Northern Ireland is particularly relevant. I then want to say something about the similarities and differences between counterterrorism and transitional justice frameworks, and this I think is critical. I think I want to then look at some of these really significant pitfalls for the deployment of transitional justice in these contexts, and maybe conclude by suggesting a way forward, which I think is largely, in my view, the path of avoidance and convergence of these 2 frameworks. So just to say a few more things in that context about traditional transitional justice, we're all aware, and we've been the introduction made clear, that we have 4 pillars to transitional justice practice: truth, reparation, justice, and guarantees of non-repetition. And one of the things that's clear, and I think it's certainly clear from the scholars in the room from Northern Ireland, is that one of the advantages of transitional justice is that it has facilitated a moral, political, economic, and human rights focus on the causes and effects of a jurisdiction's past and present violence. And it is that focus on long-term, on the sort of background to what is producing the violent, that actually underpins the heart of the transitional justice move. It's also clear that while transitional justice recognizes criminal justice as important, all of us who work in the transitional justice field would say that transitional justice doesn't stop at the criminal law, because it's also really well understood that criminal law actually often fails to satisfy the full justice claims of victims and is actually pretty impotent when it comes to addressing the legacies of large-scale abuse. And so as a result, we've seen transitional justice engage with judicial and non-judicial institutions and mechanisms. And here the role of truth commissions is, I think, particularly imperative, but also instruments like vetting, lustration, amnesty, memorialization, rehabilitation, guarantees of non-repetition. These are all part and parcel of the fundamentals of the transitional justice space. And it's also true that transitional justice remains firmly rooted in human rights and humanitarian law norms, and despite even the critiques by those within transitional justice who have been concerned about over-formalization and over-legalization of transitional justice. But counterterrorism has a completely different history. And for now, I'm going to leave aside the work that's been done by scholars like Conor Gearty in an impressive new book this year on counterterrorism that addresses the fundamental colonial and imperial legacies of counterterrorism as a doctrine and a regime. As an Irish person for whom Britain was its first colony, we recognize the way in which actually the exceptional law of counterterrorism has this extensive and coterminous relationship with the policies and practices of acquisition of territory by states over time. But where I'll start is really the more recent history, is from about 1973 onwards, when states began to adopt several sectorial treaties regarding acts of terrorism, culminating today in the adoption of 19 specialized treaties. And I think what's really important to know for the audience who doesn't work in counterterrorism, that there's a clear absence of one specific treaty in this impressive list, and that is a comprehensive international treaty on terrorism. That failure to adopt a global treaty on terrorism has eluded, I think, deliberately states over the past several decades, because it has been, as my work as special rapporteur and my academic work has, I think, demonstrated, it has been highly convenient for states not to have a definition of terrorism. In fact, in many ways, what that means is that every state gets to define on its own terms, with few fundamental limitations, who is a terrorist and what is a terrorist organization. And the outworkings of that from 1973 onwards has been the regulation of terrorism essentially at the national level. And terrorism as a space, as we know from Northern Ireland, is a place of exceptional law. It's a place of generally emergency powers or law that operates outside the normal range. And so we see counterterrorism frequently passed as emergency, often hasty legislation, and it operates in a way as an alternative to or alongside normal or regular criminal law. It frequently triggers derogation from human rights treaties, as it did in the UK, more recently in countries like France, following the Bataclan Stade de France incidents. And it goes hand in hand with sustained limitations from human rights treaty obligations. So counterterrorism as a practice at the national level is extensive, it's long-standing, and it is exceptional law. That is before 9/11. And when we come to the post 9/11 phase, I think one of the things that I would underscore, as I have done as special rapporteur, is the broad and sustained growth of a global counterterrorism architecture post-2001. And that architecture is premised on one fundamental thing: a series of Security Council resolutions, a new architecture at the United Nations, but all of it absent an agreed definition of terrorism. So we all agree that it's a bad thing, but in fact, it turns out that we can't define what the thing is for the purposes of regulation, leaving enormous latitude to states to define who is a terrorist and what is a terrorist organization, with the result of a tsunami of harm and human rights violations across multiple jurisdictions across the globe. So I think that caution, that particular short history, should really make us understand that the sort of starting point of these two places is quite different, and the implications for their merging or convergence or one pulling on the other isn't an equal equation. Now, I do want to say something about the way in which counterterrorism and transitional justice have interfaced. And certainly Northern Ireland is one of those places in which we've seen states move from a language of terrorism and counterterrorism to framing the problem of violence to one of sustained communal challenges which acknowledge a broader framework of conflict, peacemaking, and transitional justice. And Northern Ireland is that example. But to be clear, that took us 30 years and several failed attempts at comprehensive peacemaking to get there. And so that move and that is embedded in the Good Friday Peace Agreement, the move away from exceptional law, from the Emergency Powers Act of 1973 and the Prevention of Terrorism Act of 1974 and their subsequent progeny, was one in which required a deep accounting for the abusive practices of counterterrorism in the jurisdiction over many decades. And so it's really important, I think, that we understand that it was the shift away from a counterterrorism language and a different premise of engagement that brought us to a successful and ongoing peace process, ably assisted by the UK and Irish governments. And it's true, as the intro noted, that the term transitional justice didn't appear in the Good Friday Agreement. And it's also true that, in fact, very many of the innovative aspects of that agreement map onto the 4 pillars of transitional justice. But again, I would stress that is in part a deliberate move away from using the highly polarizing and complex language of terrorism and counterterrorism in Northern Ireland, which in fact functioned as a disabler to a peace process, in my view, over several decades. Let me go back to what's happening globally in terms of counterterrorism regulation. As I've said, post 9/11, we've seen this extraordinary normative and institutional growth. It's come out of the Security Council under resolute action by the Council under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. And we've seen the United Nations, but also regional systems, grow their counterterrorism and preventing and countering PBE frameworks. I think one of the things that we've seen is the consistent use of Chapter 7 resolutions, legally binding on states, often to adopt laws and practices that would be inconsistent in some cases with states' national constitutional obligations. It is also true that the post 9/11 counterterrorism framework and these resolutions that both my successor and my predecessors as UN Special Rapporteur noted were either human rights absent or human rights light frameworks. And we've seen the adoption of a whole range of language that has, I think, in many cases made the resolution of conflict in many parts of the globe much harder. We see language including foreign terrorist fighter. We've seen language of association. We've seen language of sanctioning, and all of this happening in a way that is often at odds with core imperatives of existing humanitarian and human rights law. So again, I think that speaks to a caution of simply assuming that the existing global counterterrorism frameworks are in fact doing human rights work. I would argue and have argued as Special Rapporteur that in fact the opposite is precisely true. And I would argue here today that counterterrorism's approach has been both historically and contemporaneously essentially repressive, that it has necessitated and utilized a range of military, law enforcement, and criminal measures against individuals, often in geographies who are vaguely suspected of involvement in or accused of acts of terrorism. And despite that flurry of activity, it's my view that counterterrorism frameworks rest on tenuous foundation, due precisely to this lack of a globally agreed definition of terrorism, and even more acutely, the lack of a definition of violent extremism, as well as the unique interdependence on national interpretation and implementation, much of it repressive across the globe. And the result of that has been to give legitimacy and space to national security agendas from Xinjiang, China, to other parts of the world where repressive counterterrorism law has been used to quash dissent, to disable democracy, and to enable the rise of authoritarian regimes. And so I think that should make us all very cautious about the kind of approximation that the idea of overlap between these regimes or use of counterterrorism for transitional justice purposes involves. Let me highlight, I think, a couple of areas that I think are particularly acutely important to address. And a lot of these, I think, go to the sort of essential point about where the problematics of the use of counterterrorism apply. And the first of these is to think about I'll start with the UN sanctions regimes. A cogent example of direct counterterrorism regimes and their negative effects on conflict and transitional regimes involves the use of counterterrorism sanctions regimes. After 9/11, as many of you will know, the UN Security Council Resolution 1373 provided a legal basis for regional and national listing mechanisms to target persons identified as terrorists or specifically towards terrorist groups. And as many of you will know, the UN also established a terrorism sanctions regime, initially set up through UN Security Council Resolution 1267 and evolved over time into the broader ISIL and Al-Qaeda sanctions regimes. Many of you will be aware of the deep and profound human rights criticisms of those regimes, their absence of due process, the limitations on representation, and I would only recommend reading the reports of the ombudsman for these sanctions regimes as an entry point to understanding, even from the internal perspective of the oversight mechanism of these sanctions regimes, the problems on it. And one of the more notable outworkings of that regime, of course, is that the sanctions regime was applied to members of the Taliban with extraordinary consequences for the Afghan people. And of course, today we are stuck with the obvious reality that with the return of the Taliban to power in the last decade, what we're seeing and the negotiations after 2021, and what we are seeing, the outworking of the impact of those sanctions that essentially prevent our ongoing engagement with a highly problematic regime. There's no doubt about this, but it's this blunt interface between a hard counterterrorism measure with this sort of fungible process of peace negotiation and conflict building, confidence building measures, and the potential for some measure of reconciliation. The kind of rubber hits the road when you look at the implementation of sanctions regime. And so with the fall of Kabul and the accession of the Taliban to positions of being the de facto authorities, the continued listing of persons as UN designated terrorists, functions, as many of us know, as a barrier to the provision of humanitarian assistance to government entities and agencies in Afghanistan. And so it would be my view and the view of others in the UN system that counterterrorism management has effectively disabled in many ways and in many important criteria the capacity of the international community to provide much needed assistance in the context of the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Afghanistan. The second point I'd like to make is this challenge of the nomenclature of terrorism and terrorist itself. And absent a definition, this is a highly slippery label. In my last year as Special Rapporteur, I issued a global study on the impact of counterterrorism measures on civic space. And one of the things that was really clear to me from that global viewpoint is the global and sustained misuse of counterterrorism against civil society, journalists, humanitarians, and others, speaks to the way in which this nomenclature has essentially been deployed to repressive ends across the globe. This labeling of individuals as terrorists or violent extremists, whether it's through UN resolutions or sanctions regimes, or by overzealous implementation by national authorities, means that we have this permissive international framework grounded in exceptionalities, which is essentially securitizing like a Pac-Man on the ground across the world. What I have seen that do is to enable and empower government action and incredibly repressive government action with little or no capacity to prevent it. Because, of course, terrorism is like motherhood and apple pie. We all agree that sort of a nomenclature around it without any sense of what the actual precise and clarified legal meaning is. And so that language itself has become a tool of sustained repression and misuse across the world. And again, that raises for me fundamental questions about how one would even think about applying transitional justice to a practice and an institutions and set of norms that are so profoundly deficient. And these overbroad definitions at the national level and the misuse of counterterrorism frameworks, in particular against civil society actors, including actors who are at the front of leading peace initiatives at the national level, who are at the grassroots in some of our most difficult conflicts in the world, and their very fact of existence in or work in those jurisdictions makes them per se suspect communities. The second thing I would also say is that I think one of the things the focus on actors and actions has done is it's taken us far away from where we want to be, which is an inability to address a holistic approach to the causes and drivers of conflict in particular contexts. The use of these words, in my experience, both in Northern Ireland but across the globe, has imposed a unitary lens on harms and drivers of conflict, and it provides essentially an oversimplified analytical vision and framing that fundamentally does grasp the complexity of conflict and of crisis and conflict situation. What it does is that it locks actors into categories of legitimate use of force, namely governments, and illegitimate use of force. That is not a panacea, to be clear. I am not making a justification for any use of force against civilians, but simply saying that the lens of counterterrorism forces a discourse that is profoundly unhelpful to addressing the complexities, causalities, and production of violence on the ground. The second thing it does is that it produces and enables and legitimizes a security response to a complex set of conflict needs on the ground and realities. And that securitized response, as we've seen in places from Mali to Iraq and Syria, is deeply counterproductive and often, in my view, produces the long-term and perpetual nature of the conflicts by feeding into those long-term patterns of violence and further instilling them. It drives, in my view, this language drives a simplified version of causes of crisis and conflicts, and it really fundamentally challenges any ability to put them to an end and prevent their recurrence. This is very different from the kind of work that transitional justice does. And it concerns me that we will see a kind of an a la carte menu in counterterrorism, where some pieces of transitional justice will be seen as useful to certain securitized actors, but fundamentally the kind of driving intellectual and policy frameworks of transitional justice will be fundamentally undermined by their commodification through counterterrorism discourses. In the last couple of minutes, I just want to highlight two places where I think this is particularly challenging. The first is in the area of amnesty. As many of you know, one of the tools available, well, to start with, it's acknowledging that conflict ending sequences invariably involve complex and challenging compromises. And how to address those is really difficult. Those of us from Belfast in the room know that, I think, over a 30-year and ongoing period. And it's clear that to sort of march us through that complex space, transitional justice has developed amnesty as an important part of the transitional justice toolkit. And that's notwithstanding the deep harm, the deep, I suppose, grief and challenge that comes with for many victims with the terminology and practices of amnesty. And the availability of amnesty, as you will also know, is established by Additional Protocol 2 to the Geneva Conventions. And they are exceptions to the criminal law in general. But when you label a conflict as a counter-terrorism arena, or you designate a non-state actor as a terrorist group, in fact, in practice, you abolish the capacity even of the consideration of amnesty for individuals associated with terrorist group, regardless of the level involvement of the individual or the offense committed. And so again, I would urge you, as you consider today what the implications of convergence are, there are some very practical places where the convergence simply means that essential tools in the transitional justice toolkit will be unavailable. The second place I want to highlight for you is the impact on the language of association in the area of counterterrorism. We have seen both in Security Council resolutions and in national legislation that the language of terrorism is highly dependent, increasingly in practice, on this language of membership or association. And the place that comes to mind for me when I highlight the challenges of association is the 70,000 men, women, and children, including many European nationals, who remain detained arbitrarily without trial in northeast Syria, including thousands of children, based on their alleged membership or association with a designated terrorist group. Here we see, in some sense, the absurdity of the category of membership. And the point, again, is that the sort of fundamentals of kinetic and narrow counterterrorism approach, which defines large groups of people, including children, as associative with terrorism, means that the capacity to actually come up with and for states to accept a human rights compliant response to the obligations in relation to their citizens has eluded us, because the language of terrorism has essentially extinguished the possibility of engagement with the vulnerabilities and human rights harms experienced by that particular population. So those are just two, I think, important examples to ground the conversation today. I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. I think it remains really critical that we come to this conversation with a critical eye, and in particular, that we lean into the decades of work that have been done by human rights scholars on the limitations and problematics of counterterrorism as a discourse and a practice in national and international law. It seems to me that one of the things that Northern Ireland demonstrates in this conversation is that a move away from the language of terrorism and counterterrorism is what ultimately sustained and enabled our capacity to bring about a peaceful resolution to our conflict, one that we continue to work on, grounded in the fundamentals and the acceptance of human rights and humanitarian law as the basis for state action. Thank you very much, and glad to join you today.
Thank you very much for this fascinating opening keynote. I think you touch upon some very important problems regarding this interaction between transitional justice and counterterrorism, also explaining the different history of these two fields, and particularly the case of Northern Ireland and the move away from a language of counterterrorism to be able to engage in the negotiations and find a solution in the conflict. We have 10 minutes, so I would like to open the floor for our public. There is a micro that we're gonna go around. So, Elu, I would ask to keep your questions to the point and short so that we can have a couple of them.
Good morning, everybody. Professor Fionnuala. My name is Ferdi Beer. I was a young social worker for multicultural youth from the inner cities in The Hague in the USA. Think about youth gangs, the Bloods and the Crips, neo-Nazi sympathisants, youth, and extreme religious or radical Islamic youth. Today, I'm a volunteer, United Nations Ambassador for Inclusion and Global Resistance blogger or influencer on voluntary basis for world peace and social economic nations development, especially for autocratic world leaders. So I have a special question to you, a practical challenge for the world leaders. What kind of programs do you suggest to head of states and governments against radicalism and counter-terrorism and criminalization of war-experienced military and resistance fighters, veterans, during rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine, the occupied parts of Russia in Ukraine, and Russia after the war?
Yeah, no, that's a super good question. And I would make two comments. I conducted several country visits during the course of my work as UN Special Rapporteur. And one of the core things I always did in those visits was to meet with those on the ground, often social workers and doctors and teachers who were at the front line of addressing the problematics of violent extremism and the emergence of cultures of violence, particularly but not exclusively among youth. And one of the things I found early on is that if you tag a person, including a young person, as an extremist or a violent extremist, you often both stigmatize that person and disable your capacity to bring them into society. Because the core goal here is to bring people back in to normal and good functioning in society and to be productive and generally happy members of society. So one really key thing is just by calling something by calling youth out as extreme or radical, you're already putting them in a box that differentiates them. And the programs that I saw as most successful, and I would particularly give a shout out to Belgium and my country visit to Belgium and the multiple different kinds of programs we saw at community level in that country, was a focus on basics and essentials, which is providing work, providing interface, providing education, using the language that we already have, the non-stigmatizing language we already have within global practice to try and change behavior on the ground. But the one and singular lesson I would say is that once you step into using the language that defines people as other, you've already lost your battle of normalization. And on reintegration, I would just say, look, this is complicated. It's certainly been complicated in my own jurisdiction, and it's a long haul. Anybody who thinks we do reintegration of former fighters or combatants or persons who've been engaged in violent communities in the short term, honestly, does not know how much work it takes. But again, I think we've seen long-term and sustained commitments in many jurisdictions in post-conflict settings, including my own, that commits to the long haul, commits to the basic and essential dignity of that person and accompanies them and accompanies their community. Because you're not simply rehabilitating an individual. You're bringing that individual back into community and you're bringing that community back around that individual. And of course, that it requires extraordinary investment by states in a time where we have limited resources. But that investment is the investment worth making. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Yeah. Maybe we can take another one after and Professor can answer both.
Thank you so much for the comments, which really lay out the complexities of this question. I'm going to perhaps unhelpfully ask you to kind of reduce this down a bit for us. So my name is Sam Godsland, I'm from Wilton Park in the UK, and I'm really interested in who stands to benefit most from the introduction of a TJ approach to CT. As we know, terroristic groups cause shocking harm to often very small numbers of people, and counter-terrorism regimes often cause much broader harms, but because of their sort of human rights non-compliance. Which side do you think stands to gain most from the introduction of a TJ approach to counter-terrorism? And in whose interests is it? Who stands to gain the most from this kind of the introduction of these approaches? Thank you.
Is there maybe another question to take? Yeah, Helen.
Hi, I'm Helen Duffy from Human Rights and Practice in the University of Leiden. Thanks very much, Fionnuala, as ever, for a very insightful presentation. Perhaps following up from that, I just wanted you to flesh out a little bit more whether you see any dangers in the use of the TJ language in the context of counterterrorism, because I think what was really powerful and clear from your presentation is how problematic the CT framework is in the context of peace and how it's an impediment of peace. But are you also suggesting that maybe using the transitional justice framework is itself problematic? Because it seems to me we have the CT framework. That is the framework that's increasingly being used. But isn't it true that transitional justice provides us with the promise to take that broader lens that, in a sense, you said was lacking? So could you just flesh out a little bit how you see that? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Helen. Nice to see you. Helen and I are old friends, so we ask each other questions regularly about many things. I'll maybe start with Helen's question and then go to the question around who gains. Look, I have really advocated for a long time that actually the solution, let me just say that one of the things we saw when sort of post 9/11 counterterrorism emerged, to put it that way, human rights was not even in the discussion. I mean, if you look at UN Security Council Resolution 1373, there's a side reference to human rights in one sub-paragraph around refugee and asylum law, but nothing else. And counterterrorism has improved slightly by having a sprinkling of words that use the term human rights here and there in Security Council resolution. But one of the reasons for the abject failure of global counterterrorism over the last 20 years is its failure to do what should be done, which is actually to focus on the core mission of prevention, and also to adopt a human rights compliant approach to the work. Because I think it's been very clear, and Northern Ireland is the case par excellence, that repressive use of counterterrorism by the state functions to feed, not end the violence. And I think that lesson should have been learned and has certainly not been learned along the way. My concern is that people start to sprinkle TJ words into counterterrorism spaces. It fundamentally won't change the fundamental structuring and impetus of counterterrorism action, but it will be used as a further way, I think, of justifying and expanding the continued institutional and normative growth of CT. And so I would strongly suggest that we do something else. And the something else is actually to move these conversations firmly and squarely back into peace process and counter-terror and transitional justice spaces and out of counterterrorism spaces. This is not about putting a little bit of CT into counterterrorism. This is about fundamentally rethinking whether counterterrorism has provided the long-term solutions to the growth of violence and metastasizing conflict across the globe. And my simple view is it simply has not. Look at Mali. 6 to 7 decades of investment in counterterrorism has produced what precisely in Mali? A state that collapses, a government that is no longer democratic, and another government and its military faction through the Wagner group upholding and sustaining human rights violations that started with counterterrorism practice. This is not a win. So the win would be a move out of counterterrorism and a move back to serious engagement in addressing the causalities and conclusions of conflict. So that, I think, is where I would say, who wins? Look, I think no one wins in these kinds of convergences in some ways, because I think the win here, I think I would probably say two things. One, yes, as a special rapporteur deeply committed to the rights of victims of terrorism and who met victims of terrorism consistently during my mandate and worked closely with victims associations. The violence of terrorism is unspeakable, and the way in which it harms communities of that kind of indiscriminate violence is unfixable in many ways. But I would also say that I guess I wouldn't accept the characterization that the harms of counterterrorism are any less extreme in their severity. If we think of the use of extrajudicial execution in counterterrorism measures, if we think of the targeting of whole-scale communities for indefinite, sometimes cradle to grave detention, this is no less in many ways than the harms that we see in other places. So I'm not sure I see those things as sort of being different. I think sometimes they're different, but sometimes in fact they're not. And I think there isn't a win here. I think what's required is a fundamental rethinking of how we address violence in our societies. And that isn't going to happen from sprinkling a little bit of TJ into CT or making CT more palatable. But I think the fundamental response is one that commits to addressing the causalities of conflict and doing the long, hard, unsexy work of fixing conflicts locality by locality, individual by individual in a society. And in a place that is doing that, and it's hard, as my colleagues from Queen's will tell you, we have learned some things along the way, which is kinetic fixes don't fix this. What fixes it is long-term investment in your society.
Thank you very much for engaging with our public and also for joining us from Belfast, which is 1 hour earlier for you. So thank you very much. And I really like you closing with this fundamental rethinking and addressing the causalities of conflict. I think this is a very important message to also guide our conversations today. So thank you for joining us, and a warm applause for you.
Thank you.
Now we will pass directly to our first panel, who will be moderated by Zsófia Baumann, who is a junior researcher here at T.M.C. Institute.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the handover, Niki. As Niki mentioned, my name is Zsófia Baumann. I'm a junior researcher here at the Instituut and a PhD candidate at the University of Amsterdam. And I will be moderating this first panel, which is entitled Transitional Justice Experiences and Their Applicability Within a Counter-Terrorism Context, the Lessons from Northern Ireland. We have two distinguished speakers on this panel, both of whom will speak for 30 minutes, following which I will open the floor for questions, for which we have about another 30 minutes. So first of all, let me introduce our first speaker, Professor Christopher Maccabe, Honorary Professor of Practice of Conflict Resolution at the Senator George J. Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice at Queen's University, Belfast. Christopher Maccabe was a private secretary to the Chief Minister of Northern Ireland during the short-lived power sharing executive in '74, and a private secretary to the Deputy Secretary of State for Northern Ireland from '75 to '77. Later, he was a special assistant to the Chief Constable of the Royal Ulster Constabulary and the director in the Northern Ireland Prison Service. From 1992 to 2008, he was head of political affairs in the British government's Northern Ireland office and subsequently its political director. During this time, he was deeply involved in the negotiations that led to the 1998 Good Friday Agreement, including in the intensive dialogue with the associates of various paramilitary groups. In recent years, he has given advice and assistance to the governments of Sri Lanka, Colombia, Kosovo, Tanzania, and Cameroon, among others, on peace processes and political development. He was also a member of the International Verification Commission in Spain's Basque Country that monitored ETA's 2012 ceasefire and facilitated their total disarmament in 2017. In 2004, he was appointed a Companion of the Most Honorable Order of the Bath by Queen Elizabeth II, and in 2020, an Honorary Professor of Practice of Conflict Resolution at Queen's University, Belfast. Professor Maccabe, Chris, it is a real pleasure to welcome you here today. The floor is now all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't recognize myself there, but it's wonderful to be here. My first visit to the Institute, indeed my first visit to this city, which astonishes me. It's so beautiful, but I'm delighted that I'm here. I'm going to start really talking about some of the things we've heard, but in more detail, because as it was described, I have been at the center of things for a long time, and I was at the center of things. For those of you, most of you are far too young to remember a film called Forrest Gump, but I have been called on several occasions Northern Ireland's Forrest Gump, only not quite as bright, and we'll see how that goes. But I'm going to run you through my experience close up to much of what we've had in summary earlier, and very interesting points we've heard, very, very revealing even to me. But and you've heard something from my introduction of what I was doing, but I want to give you some, see how it fits together, because I was at the sharp end of I didn't think of it. We didn't think of it as transitional justice in that way, but we were certainly trying to use all the tools that are in the transitional justice box to bring peace to Northern Ireland and to the places that Northern Ireland affected. So I began my career as a researcher in the Northern Ireland Cabinet Office just a couple of months before the situation deteriorated. There'd been a civil rights movement that had been objected to by the unionist government and by unionists, and I'll say a little bit more about that. The situation broke down. There was violence on the streets. On the unionist side, one of the most outspoken was a man called the Reverend Ian Paisley. And I'm getting it here, but I'm not getting it up here, the change. Again. That's it. Okay, I learned this. Thank you. The Reverend Ian Paisley was a very outspoken unionist who brought people onto the streets to object to any movement by the government, the unionist government in Northern Ireland, towards accommodating the Catholic community who had been left out of government and left out of most things for the 50 years that Northern Ireland had existed. That led to a great deal of rioting, violence, which entailed the British Army being brought in to assist the Royal Ulster Constabulary, the police force. In that photograph, you can see the police who just couldn't cope with the amount of violence there was between the two communities in Northern Ireland. And the British Army was brought in to tackle that and support the police. In fact, they did more than support the police. They had to take over. The Catholic community was welcoming of the army because it brought some protection for them. The unionists, the loyalists, as they were called, and I explain that later, were causing them great trouble and were also killing some people. So they were initially very grateful, but unfortunately that gratitude in some sections of the community started to break down, and a terrorist organization that had been around for many years reformed itself. That group was called the IRA, the Irish Republican Army. They embarked on a bombing campaign where incidents of extreme violence became commonplace. The government immediately responded by introducing internment without trial, internment of suspects. Initially, only Roman Catholics, but under pressure, they interned some Protestant terrorists as well. Protestant terrorist organization formed itself and started to carry out the same sort of violence and shootings, mainly against the Catholic community and people they decided were the IRA. The deployment of troops was seen as a temporary measure, but it didn't look as if it was going to work sufficiently. The loyalists, as I say, were causing a lot of trouble. There were two loyalist groups, mainly. I want to just say something when I talk about nationalists and Republicans and unionists and loyalists. I should say, and this is a very crude term for it, but in those days, unionists were those that believed in the union with the United Kingdom. Loyalists were a subgroup of that believed in violence to achieve that maintenance of the union. Nationalists were those in the community that believed in a united Ireland. Republicans, and that's not a term, it's not nowadays, Republican is a wider term, but in those days it was used to denote those people who were prepared to use violence, and the IRA were the main point of it. The Republican group had several leaders, but one was prominent, Martin McGuinness, shown there with the arrow. And Martin McGuinness was a main leader of the Republican group, and indeed to say a leading member of the Irish Republican Army, the IRA. The British government had introduced direct rule. I was, as I say, found myself working for the first Secretary of State who had come over from London. The Northern Ireland government was suspended and London took over. I was working there. I was very flattered to be asked to work for the British government and work as an assistant private secretary to this new man who had come to run everything in Northern Ireland and sort the problems out. But unfortunately, it didn't work very well. We continued to have violence at an extreme level, which on the one hand, the British government was condemning. And I'm just running myself through here a little bit. On the one hand was condemning, but on the other hand was talking to terrorists. That didn't work. And eventually, and I'm getting my slides here, I just want to make sure where I'm at. Eventually, there was a situation where Republicans who had had their privileges taken away from them in prison, they'd been treated as special category, they'd been allowed to wear their own clothes, they'd been allowed to organize themselves, they'd been in their own situation, but they were taken, had all those privileges removed, and the reaction to that was to go on a hunger strike. The hunger strike was led by a man called Bobby Sands, a prisoner, who unfortunately starved himself to death in prison, the government not making any concessions. And 10 other prisoners also starved themselves to death, which was extremely sad. For everyone. And no sooner had the hunger strike, 10 people had died, concessions were made, which had they been made those months earlier, perhaps no one would have died. It was unnecessary, and it was something I learned, that if you're going to make a concession and you have it in your mind, make it now, don't wait until things move on. The prisoners' funerals had been attended by tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people. And this in turn led Sinn Féin's way. And that their leader at the time, the bearded gentleman, is Gerry Adams, who was a leader of Sinn Féin, and also, but I have to be careful, he's suing the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation at the moment, for saying he was a member of the IRA. And far be it from me to say, but he was alleged to be a member of the IRA. And that's where I leave it at this point. But Mr. Adams, nevertheless, came to prominence in that. Sinn Féin, the political party of the IRA, who had been around for many, many years, but they had never achieved much in the recent times, succeeded in getting 10% of the vote in an election, which was held to a newly constituted local assembly, which the British government had agreed to establish and which had been set up. But they got 10%, but the assembly, unfortunately, didn't really work. The nationalist parties abstained, and it was wound up in 1986, having been unsuccessful. In the middle 1980s, I was in a senior post in counter-terrorism in the Northern Ireland office. And at various parts of my career, I had access to high-grade intelligence. And on this occasion, I was privy to a report which was very chilling, to the effect that the IRA had imported from Libya large quantity of explosives and weapons. It was really quite terrifying to see the extent of what seemed to have been brought in from Libya. But at the same time, I was aware of a even more astonishing report that although the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, said she would have nothing to do with any terrorists, she had a secret channel to the IRA and those terrorists. Dialogue had happened. Way back in 1972, at the beginning of the Troubles, the first thing the British government did when it arrived in Northern Ireland was to, first of all, two senior officials, one of whom was a predecessor of mine, met the leaders, the reputed leaders of the IRA in Northern Ireland. And then a few days later, those leaders were flown by the Royal Air Force to London to meet the cabinet minister responsible for Northern Ireland, William Whitelaw, in London to discuss things at a time when there was supposed to be no discussion. Margaret Thatcher had done that again and authorized it, and those talks were happening. At the same time, the IRA tried to kill her by letting off a bomb at the annual conference of her party, the Conservative Party in London and in Brighton, in England, which fortunately, while it did damage and caused some deaths, didn't prevent that dialogue continuing. Not long afterwards, I moved on to be a director in the Northern Ireland Prison Service. I was given strict instructions that my role, apart from the day-to-day work I had of being a director, was to make sure that there was never another hunger strike. That where prisoners were making demands, that we discussed them with them. We even negotiated with them. We negotiated with their relatives and friends and political associates outside where there were such things to make sure that things were happy. We introduced lots of innovations. We built new visiting accommodation for the prisoners and their families. We brought in eventually televisions and washing machines and telephones into their blocks. We allowed them to, it was really very, very innovative, all part of trying to calm things down, trying to stop people getting killed, trying to bring an end to terrorism, because it was realized no matter what resources were brought in on the streets, military or whatever, it wouldn't work. In Northern Ireland, we also had to discuss. I had regular dialogue with the prisoners and their commanders, and they had commanders, and they still, the paramilitary prisoners that we still have commanders, and they insist that you talk to their commanders. We don't recognize them as such, but nevertheless, they're talked to. It was an exception to the government's policy that they wouldn't talk to terrorists. We wouldn't talk, officially we wouldn't talk to terrorists, but we could talk to terrorist prisoners because they were prisoners. So it sometimes was the same thing. And we could talk to their representatives outside as representatives of prisoners, no matter their actual backgrounds may be. There was a strict bond of honor between ourselves and the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, the paramilitary prisoners, on both the Republican side and the Loyalist side, because there were Loyalist prisoners as well, lots of them. If we reached a deal with them, both sides kept it. And almost without exception, that was the case. Particularly one Christmas, we decided to let out just about every paramilitary terrorist prisoner, because the assessment was that they actually weren't a risk. If they gave their word, they would go out and behave themselves. They wouldn't try to carry out anything outside. They gave us our word. We let 143 of the most serious murderers who were spending life in prison for maybe several murders, they were let out at Christmas together with hundreds of other prisoners. They all came back, and as I was saying earlier to someone, some of them even came back earlier because they found that the world they'd been taken from 10 years ago had changed completely. But most of them had happy Christmases, and they came back. We extended that in subsequent Christmases. We also introduced it to give them, they could choose 7 days a year when they could go and visit families, where they could go to things like funerals, or they could go to things like baptisms of their children or weddings of their children. And without fail, those all worked. They gave their word, they went and they came back. So it was all part of this, what I would say, transition towards a final solution. It didn't mean that things didn't happen within the system, outside the system. 29 prison officers were murdered over the years. the two worked together. It was very difficult when you had something like the murder of a prison officer, and yet you were letting people out at Christmas. It was difficult to manage, but without exception, the governments were supportive, both North and South. The IRA continued their work, and the Loyalists did too, but things got better, I hoped. I'm just getting this up here. As was heard earlier, I then moved on to become head of political affairs in the Northern Ireland office. That wasn't such a strange move, given my background and given that I'd got to know all about prisoners and had been negotiating and dealing with them. Head of political affairs, I ran a small unit its job was to talk to everyone outside, to talk to everyone, to talk to all the political parties and get the opinion, not just of the party leaders, but people on the ground, people in the streets, local pharmacists, local general practitioners, local farmers around Northern Ireland, to see what they wanted for the future. I couldn't officially talk to terrorists, but I could talk to what was called the associates of terrorists, and that's a pretty broad term, but I was given legal cover to talk to the associates of terrorists. It was a term that served me very well when, as you heard, I was a decommissioning commissioner in the Basque country for weapon recovery, and after our first weapon recovery in Spain, I was brought before the High Court to explain myself, but fortunately I was able to say I had never talked to terrorists, but I had talked to many associates of terrorists within Spain, and the court seemed to accept that, and I was a free man to my relief. But in Northern Ireland, we were able to have these discussions, we were able to talk to people, and it was quite good. It worked. Behind the scenes, the secret conduits of discussion continued. At the same time, the Secretary of State chaired roundtable meetings with all the political parties. And shortly after they began, the Irish government were involved as well. There were many difficulties. Sometimes parties wouldn't come, sometimes parties would come. Sinn Féin, the party associated with the IRA, and the parties associated with loyalist terrorists weren't permitted to join the talks until they had called ceasefires and declared it was over. But there were the beginnings of an idea that the long war was coming to an end. On the face of it, the IRA were invincible. They'd perfected military-grade explosives made out of basic materials such as agricultural fertilizer. They had all the importations that you've heard about from around the world, really. They'd imported munitions and explosives. And they were able to make their own explosives. There's an IRA man. You wonder where the photograph came from, but making a very elaborate but very, very, very lethal bomb out of really homemade explosives. In places like South Armagh in Northern Ireland, the army were unable to patrol other than in the most heavily protected ways and arriving by helicopters. But we were still looking for a compromise. My Secretary of State made a statement which said that there was no selfish strategic or economic interest of the British government in Northern Ireland. There was no selfish strategic or economic interest in Northern Ireland. At the same time, Gerry Adams, the leader of Sinn Féin, said an IRA ceasefire could come before talks with the British government. The British and Irish governments then produced a statement, the Downing Street Declaration, that said it conceded an essential IRA demand that it was the right of the people of Ireland alone, the people of Ireland, North and South, to determine their future, their self-determination. The two governments working together. It was a very significant statement, a very significant concession, and it started to move things faster forward. Forgive me. Bill Clinton, the American president, was very, very influential at that time. He'd granted a visa. His previous governments had refused to let members of Sinn Féin into the United States. Bill Clinton lifted a ban that had existed for 20 years on Gerry Adams visiting the United States. It was a great success. I had the privilege of meeting him on several occasions, and that's, I think, there's just one of them. And it was a real success. Stepping stones were what we were calling the movement that was happening at that time. Stepping stones towards peace and solution. On the 31st of August 1994, the IRA declared a complete cessation of all military operations. They didn't say it was permanent, so unionists objected. They didn't like that. So we worked hard behind the scenes. One of my very bright, intelligent colleagues came up with the term, we would make a working assumption that it was permanent. And the Prime Minister made such a statement, John Major, and that was enough to get us into talks. Unfortunately, loyalists were still carrying out violence, and it was absolutely essential to get them involved too. I'd been in touch with some loyalist groups for a while, and shortly after the IRA's ceasefire took effect, I was approached by some intermediaries who asked me if I would talk to those groups. I got the approval of the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister, and I met them in a house that was a private house owned by the Quaker religion, a very important house where many, many significant meetings had taken place. I gave some assurances with the approval of the Prime Minister and his staff, and very shortly afterwards, the Prime Minister came to Northern Ireland for a private meeting with one of those political leaders of the Loyalists to underline and to reconfirm in his own presence that what I had said was correct. And that group then and the Loyalists also called a ceasefire. So we had everybody on ceasefires. It seemed to be working. It allowed us to enter into dialogue with all the parties. First of all, we had public meetings with the leaders of those parties at official level. Some of my colleagues and I met them officially without the ministers, but eventually it worked. There were setbacks. The IRA felt that we weren't moving fast enough and let a large bomb off in England, in Canary Wharf. It nearly derailed everything. But my boss, my civil service boss, and I called the leadership of Sinn Féin together in a meeting that was not hidden. There was nobody. It was a private meeting, but we said we were doing it, and told them they couldn't have any more discussions or talks until they reinstated their ceasefire, which they did shortly afterwards. So always essential. Once we'd got things so far, dreadful as it was, and 2 people were killed by that bomb, but nevertheless, getting peace to us was too important. Senator George Mitchell was brought in from the United States. This is some of us here at George Mitchell Institute, who conducted a wonderful set of talks going on some years, getting everyone together. There were setbacks, but he kept going. We got the thing working. We got the Loyalists, we got the Republicans, we got Unionists, and we got 2 groups, a group of women, the Women's Coalition, who did wonderful work. They took some of the men around the group were more critical of the Women's Coalition than they were of their traditional political opponents. It was one of those things. There was rather some sexist play there. But all in all, it led to what you've heard, the Good Friday Agreement, the wonderful Good Friday Agreement that brought us peace. It set up a new assembly. It set up structures between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. Controversially, in the what we're talking about today, it provided for the release of all terrorist prisoners within 2 years, regardless of what they'd been sentenced to. That was very controversial, and some people left Unionist Party, but nevertheless it was there. There was wholesale reform of the police. There was to be decommissioning of all terrorist weapons. There was to be a commission on the relocation and discovery of victims' remains, victims who'd been buried by terrorist groups. And there were to be recommendations in relation to the, as you've heard, more than 3,700 people who killed and their relatives, those that had died, and there were 47,000 injured and wounded. There were situations, things to be done for them. Very important. When the deal was done, it was signed by the parties. It was also signed by my Prime Minister, Tony Blair, and the Irish government's Prime Minister, Bertie Ahern, the Taoiseach. That wonderful signing meeting was just about to take place when they discovered they hadn't enough fountain pens, the pens with ink in them. So there was a call to officials who were going into this signing process. Does anyone have a fountain pen? I produced my pen that my wife had given me for our 20th wedding anniversary. They checked that it worked, and it did work. I thought, this is great. But when I got to the table, I discovered it wasn't in the hand of my Prime Minister, but in the hand of the Irish Taoiseach, which I was actually very pleased about. But nevertheless, it's a pen that has gone down well, including with the Taoiseach himself, Bertie Ahern, who last year had me on one of his radio programs and was very proud to announce this. And unfortunately, it was a radio program, so he couldn't show it off, but there you are. It's $5 or €5 for if you want my autograph with it. So look, I've got, and I write, I'm just about finished. This is my 5 minutes. There were other small groups that required talking to. The Irish National Liberation Army, a Republican group that were still at war. I was asked to see them. Through intermediaries, I was given approval to do that by the high authority. It went extremely well, and I described them in my note to my Secretary of State as being intelligent, charming, and witty, which surprised some people, but you need to know what you're talking about. It was interesting, because that's what my colleagues all those years beforehand had said about the IRA way back in 1972. Their appearance and manner were respectable and respectful. Their behaviour and attitude appeared to bear no relation to the indiscriminate campaigns of bombing and shooting in which they have both been prominent leaders. That's what they said about Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness, who they thought were leaders, but we don't know. What I said, what I discovered was very similar, and I wasn't thinking about the earlier one when I wrote what I wrote. It was my honest opinion. So the Irish government had a similar approach to the loyalists, the Protestant terrorists. The President Mary McAleese and her husband Martin behind her. The Irish government's dialogue was led by Martin McAleese. That's President McAleese I'm talking to there. I talked to him a lot too, and we worked together, Martin and I, on discussing with the loyalists. But it brought it all together. There were many years, we got the Good Friday Agreement, but it didn't quite bring peace. It brought more or less peace, but it took another almost 9 years to bring it all together, where eventually Ian Paisley, and you remember the photograph I showed you of Ian Paisley, and Martin McGuinness stood together in 2007 as, in the case of Paisley, First Minister of Northern Ireland, and Martin McGuinness, Deputy First Minister. That's where we'd come to. The two most active at the beginning ended up like that, as friends. That's happiness. We still haven't quite got everything's sorted in Northern Ireland. There's still a degree, there's still little violent groups, there's some dissidents, and I say I'm the government's appointee to talk to them with 2 colleagues, with 2 independent people. We do, and they're much the same, but I think we're getting somewhere with that. Certainly the killings are have almost gone, and the attacks have gone. Politically, things have changed. It's been long and bloody, but we've got the impossible dream. Tragically, I should have said just after the Good Friday Agreement was signed, dissident Republicans let off a bomb in a town called Omagh, which caused the worst destruction of people, the highest number of deaths and injuries that had happened in Northern Ireland. It was so cynical. That was just after the Good Friday Agreement. But fortunately, that was more or less the last of it. What's happened since? It's been tragic in small ways, but things are good. Politically, you had the Democratic Union, Cian Paisley, and Sinn Féin as number 2. Now, it's all changed again. Not only are Sinn Féin, led by Michelle O'Neill on this side here, First Minister, and the Democratic Unionists, Deputy First Minister, the reversal. But as you see, gender has changed too. If anyone says things in Northern Ireland don't change, they do. And that is perfect evidence of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for this fascinating presentation and for sharing your personal experiences. I think it was really, really interesting, and it set the scene well for our further discussions today. Let me now move on to our second speaker of the panel, Professor Cheryl Lawther, Professor of Law at the Senator George J. Mitchell Institute at Queen's University. Cheryl Lawther is a professor of transitional justice at the School of Law, where her research interest concerns truth recovery and dealing with the past, victims, ex-combatants, reparations, atrocity sites, and the politics of dead bodies. Cheryl's most recent book, Constructing Victimhood Beyond Innocence and Guilt in Transitional Justice, was published by Oxford University Press in January this year. She was the previous recipient of a British Academy Mid-Career Fellowship, a Fulbright Ireland Scholarship, and an Arts and Humanities Research Council Early Career Grant, amongst other awards. Beyond academia, Cheryl is a member of the Victims Payments Board and the Victims Commissioners Advisory Panel. Professor Lawther, Cheryl, we're very happy to have you here today. The floor is now yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Zsófia. And thank you to Niki and to Christoph and to Richard for making this collaboration possible. For some of it's been a long time coming. We had planned similar events, but with small matter of a global pandemic got in the middle of that. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here today. And I'm excited to see where this collaboration between our respective institutes goes in the future. So Niki asked me to speak today about the lessons from Northern Ireland in terms of the nexus between transitional justice and counter-terrorism. And I have to say, it gave me quite a lot of food for thought in terms of what those lessons are and how I might present them today. And so what I've decided to do is to concentrate on 2 particular lessons from Northern Ireland. The first of those is about recognizing and complicating victimhood, and the second focuses on the importance of truth and justice. And I should caveat this by saying that these are far from perfect lessons. We have done things in a rather back to front, complicated, challenging environment in Northern Ireland at times, but I do think they are lessons nonetheless that we can employ to other contexts, whether they're transitional contexts or whether they're framed as counter-terrorism context, or whether we want to switch that vocabulary around. As you'll see as I go through the presentation, I've drawn a lot on my recent research, and so I've tried to let the voices of victims and survivors from Northern Ireland speak where possible. There is the academic commentary that's required of me, but at the end of the day, these conversations on counter-terrorism or transitional justice, they have victims and survivors at their heart, and I think it's important that we hear their words. So turning to the first theme then, if we look at much of the literature on terrorism or counter-terrorism. In contrast, the language and the vocabulary, as Fionnuala said earlier, the language and the theory and the practice of transitional justice in recent years has put a lot of emphasis on the importance of recognizing and complicating victimhood and really broadening out and challenging perhaps our understanding of who is a victim of conflict or human rights abuses, or perhaps a victim or survivor of terrorism. And that, of course, then translates into our ability to respond to the needs of victims and survivors of a range of different forms of atrocity. And so in the transitional justice language, this is translated into attempts to move beyond innocence and guilt when we think about how victimhood is constructed, reproduced and politicized. And in the counter-terrorism language, I think that's the importance of moving beyond rather binary, perhaps, descriptions of direct or indirect victims, rather to think about the complexity and the diversity of victimhood in all of its forms. And I suppose to go back to that caveat that I started my presentation with, defining who is a victim of the conflict in Northern Ireland is incredibly politically contested. And that is a contest, I think, in many ways that goes to the unresolved nature of the meta conflict itself. However, in 2006, we did have a legal definition of a victim or survivor of the Northern Ireland conflict enshrined into law. And you can see that on the screen. That's the Victims and Survivors Order of 2006. And briefly, as you can see, that a victim of the Northern Ireland conflict is someone who has been physically or psychologically injured, somebody who provides a substantial amount of care on a regular basis to such an individual, or somebody who has been bereaved as a result of or in consequence of a conflict-related event. And I think what is most important, and therefore also simultaneously most controversial about this piece of legislation, is it is an inclusive definition of victimhood. It does not discriminate in terms of how you came to be a victim of the conflict. It looks at what your objective need is in the present day. And I could bore you rigid, quite literally, with the ins and outs of that debate and who is opposed to what. But I wanted to think about the lessons of this inclusive definition of victimhood and the victim-centered nature of our legal definition of a victim or survivor. And I think there's 3 lessons here from Northern Ireland that I wanted to share with you today. The first of these focuses on complicating victimhood. And as Fionnuala said earlier, the language of transitional justice gives us an expanded vocabulary in trying to deal with the legacy of large-scale atrocities and human rights violations. And I think it also gives us an expanded vocabulary when trying to understand and conceptualize victimhood. And if we look at the photograph on the left-hand side of the screen, this is a book called Lost Lives that many of you might be familiar with. If you're not, I encourage you to have a look at it. It is perhaps the most comprehensive and perhaps the truest memorial to all the victims of the Northern Ireland conflict. And it's basically like the Bible. It's huge. It's made up of very fine paper, and it documents. It was put together by a group of journalists, and they attempted to document and create a short narrative on the lives of all of those who were killed as a result of the conflict in Northern Ireland. And I think it's important to start with that, to say this book is probably about that thick, and it gives us the human stories. It is so often easy, I think, to get lost in the statistics. And I know I am guilty of rolling out the statistics of 3,700 dead, about 50,000 injured, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's really important to put the human face on that conflict, but also to think about the diversity and the complexity of the experience of victimhood. And as Zsófia mentioned earlier, I sit on a board in Northern Ireland, which is effectively a programme for reparations. And it makes a payment to those who are physically or psychologically injured as a result of the conflict in Northern Ireland. And I'm hearing probably about 4 to 6 cases every week at the moment. And sometimes that's horrendous. And sometimes that's an incredibly humbling experience. But it's really made me think about how we conceptualize and how we understand victimhood. So not just thinking about those stats, the facts and figures, thinking about how victimhood perhaps is experienced across the life course. how individuals are often hidden from view because they're victims of their own community. So in Northern Ireland, that might be victims of the Nationalist or Republican, victims in the Nationalist or Republican community who have been victims of the Provisional IRA. In the Unionist or Loyalist community, victims of state violence. And for both of those groups, it's really hard to actually raise your head above the parapet and say, I was victimized by my own. We also need to think about, in the Northern Ireland context, but of course many other situations of conflict and human rights abuses, the geographical concentration of victimhood. In Northern Ireland, one of the particularities of the Northern Ireland case is the fact that we are a very small jurisdiction, and conflict often took place in the most geographically intimate areas, but also simultaneously the most socioeconomically deprived areas. So violence and the experience of victimhood has a particular intensity and intimacy in Northern Ireland. We also need to think about the layered and intersectional harms that have been experienced, for example, by women who are maybe wives, mothers and sisters and caregivers, and how that intersects with variables such as poverty, isolation, vulnerability, the loss of another child or a family member, the imprisonment of a family member, for example, or perhaps even having other children in the family exiled by paramilitary organizations. All of that needs to come into play when we think about understanding the experience of victimhood and how that victimhood is reproduced and politicized. But we also need to think about the forms of victimhood that are so often missed from view. So for example, in Northern Ireland, we've been really poor in attending to the legacy of conflict-related sexual violence and also the legacy of transgenerational trauma, to the extent that it's now grandchildren as opposed to children who are presenting in front of educational psychologists, for example, displaying all of the symptoms of transgenerational trauma that they have absorbed basically by stealth from their parents and their grandparents. But we've been incredibly poor about recognizing that. And also the experience of the injured, both the physically injured and the psychologically injured. So our first lesson, I think, is about complicating and broadening out our conceptualization of victimhood. And that, of course, brings us into the somewhat more thorny area of the existence of our complex political victims. And if I turn to the literature, first of all, what we see, according to Tristan and Borer, are three incorrect assumptions in the literature on victims or victimhood and perpetratorhood. And that is the fact that we can supposedly separate out victims and perpetrators into two neat blocks and that there's some kind of clear blue water between them. It also is based on the assumption that victims are homogenous and perpetrators are homogenous. And of course, none of us are the same. So why would we assume that? And it's also based on the assumption that victims and perpetrators are diametrically opposed to one another. That is completely untrue. It's untrue in the everyday, how we walk through life in every day, that we do inhabit different spaces of perhaps doing good and perhaps being less generous in the everyday life. So why would that experience not be intensified during periods of conflict and transition? So as Borer goes on to argue, not all victims are the same, not all perpetrators are the same, and some victims are also perpetrators. And that has given rise to language such as the existence of the complex political victim, the complex political perpetrator, or victim perpetrators. And that, of course, is not to condone terrorists or the actions of members of armed groups, not by any stretch of the imagination. But as Alex Borain, who is involved in the foundation and the operation of the Truth Commission in South Africa, has argued, it's about trying to understand the ambiguity, the contradictions of war, of conflict and prejudice. It is about diversifying and complicating that experience. And as Fionnuala was saying in her presentation at the start today, if we really want to understand the causality of conflict, then we need to think about the intersection between people who involve themselves in whether they're armed organizations, like non-state armed organizations or terrorist organizations, however we define them. We need to understand the intersection between their involvement in conflict or terrorism and the structural, the social, and the individual factors that drive that involvement in terrorism. Because as Beck reminds us, armed groups or terrorist organizations, they don't simply come out of the blue as intruders, or they're not imported in from kind of some other planet. In fact, they're individuals, the same as the rest of us, who are like us, who maybe have the privilege of exploring these issues in an academic environment, but they're embedded in the pre-existing social structures and have well-established ties to their communities. So in a very imperfect and perhaps and also in a very contested way, the Victims and Survivors Order that gives us a legal definition of a victim of the Northern Ireland conflict, in fact, meshes with Trudy Govier's call to dismantle the myth of the pure victim. And so if we, as I said earlier, if we want to understand the causality of conflict, and we want to try to prevent, to give those guarantees of non-repetition, and to encourage armed groups to reintegrate and re-embed in society, then we need to think about the spectrum and understand, not perhaps like welcome or feel positively towards, but we need to understand the spectrum of victimhood that can be experienced by members of armed organizations. And as both Republican and Loyalist combatants in Northern Ireland will almost universally tell you, their own personal experience of victimhood, perhaps in the term experience of violence visited against them, their families, or their communities, was often a driving force for recruitment to their respective paramilitary organizations. And as I said, that doesn't make it right. Of course, we all have agency, but we need to understand that fact before we go any further. So we have one experience of victimhood here, an experience of victimhood that may lead to an involvement in terrorism. Then you may experience, as a member of an armed organization or a member of a terrorist group, you may experience further victimization as a result of your direct involvement in conflict, perhaps while in prison. And we know that particularly for Republican ex-combatants or prisoners in Northern Ireland, but also some loyalists as well, their experience of detention, interrogation, and imprisonment was often marked by things like torture, including waterboarding and sexual violence against prisoners. And of course, those individuals continue to suffer into the post-conflict or transitional period, whether as a result of what they did during conflict in the form of like guilt or perhaps survivor guilt, but also perhaps because of the physical or psychological injuries that they occurred as a result of their direct involvement in conflict or their experience of imprisonment. So we have the existence of our complex victims. And what I said at the start, what I wanted to show you was to show you some of the words of victims and survivors of the Northern Ireland conflict, which so often our debate on victimhood and who's a so-called legitimate victim of the conflict, so often it gets caught up in politics. But when we go to the level of victims and survivors themselves, they often have much more generous interpretations of victimhood than some of our leaders. And so if we look at the box on the left-hand side of your screen, it speaks to how the prior experience of harm for this individual, a man named Tony Docherty, who was a young boy when his father was shot dead by British paratroopers, along with 12 other unarmed protesters on Bloody Sunday in Derry or Londonderry, 1972. And as a direct result of his experience and his father's death on Bloody Sunday, as soon as he was old enough, Tony joined the IRA. Then on the right-hand side of the screen, we have a clip from an interview that I've recently published in a new book. And this is with an individual who was seriously injured when he was 19 or 20. He was a Catholic civilian, and he was shot through, loyalists came to the door of the family home for no other reason than the fact that it was pure sectarianism. And there was a rather unfortunate phrase in Northern Ireland that any Taig would do, Taig being kind of slang for a member of the Catholic or nationalist community. And so this individual's house was just randomly targeted in a sectarian attack. He was shot and paralyzed. And you can see an incredibly gracious but complex understanding of victimhood when I interviewed him, in that he rejected the idea that there should be hierarchies of victimhood. And he said, you know, the people who were involved in shooting me one of the guys was shot dead a few years after that himself by the RA. The RA is the IRA. And I see him as a victim now. Do you know what I mean? And it sort of stopped me in my tracks. And I said, do you see the person who was involved in shooting you as a victim? And he said, yeah. And his family are victims. Do you know what I mean? Because they lost their dad. He was probably an evil bastard, but he was a victim of all this conflict in that sense. He wasn't born to go out and shoot me. It wasn't predestined. It's the whole context. And so again, it goes back to that point that Fionnuala made at the start today about understanding the causality of why people involve themselves in terrorism or get involved in armed organizations. So we have the prior experience of harm, the recognition of the complexity of victimhood, but also from another civilian who lost his younger brother, a recognition of the equivalence of grief. And again, he's talking about the importance of flattening out hierarchies of victimhood, where we rank people perhaps as more deserving or more worthy victims than others based on some kind of arbitrary set of definitions, which are often hotly politicized. And this individual, as I said, a civilian, absolutely no stake in the armed situation or stake in politics. And he said, you know, the grief at the graveyard wasn't greater if you were a policeman or if you were an IRA man or if you were a young woman pushing a pram. Grief is grief. Everybody experienced it the same. And again, I found that profoundly humbling during interview with him. So we have the existence and the importance of recognizing our complex victims. But to take a slightly different direction, and again, borrowing from the transitional justice field, there's a huge amount of emphasis, sometimes more so in rhetoric than in practice, but nevertheless, there's a huge emphasis in the language and the theory and the practice of transitional justice about promoting the agency of victims and survivors. And that victims and survivors are not people who transitional justice should be done to, they are people that we should be doing transitional justice with. And so there's a lot of emphasis around promoting the voice or the capacity of victims and survivors in transitional justice initiatives and having their voices and their desires and their real input shaping the processes that are designed at the end of the day to deliver and to respond to their needs. And as part of our very imperfect, somewhat piecemeal approach to dealing with the past in Northern Ireland, we don't have an overarching process of dealing with the past. I'll talk about that in a moment. And we certainly have a very mixed up, messy, inadequate approach to reparations. But after 2009, in 2009, there was a report produced by a group called the Consultative Group in the Past. And it was designed, it came up with 31 recommendations to deal with the legacy of the Northern Ireland conflict. And all of that report got lost in political controversy, which we can talk about later. But one of the things, or one of the areas that the report did not touch, even though it was otherwise an excellent report, it didn't say anything about the needs of the injured. And a group of people who were seriously physically and psychologically injured during the conflict in Northern Ireland took it upon themselves to come together to launch a campaign for the injured. And their campaign was for financial reparations that would be delivered in the form of a pension to people with serious physical and psychological injuries. And what is really unique about this group is that not only is it completely organic and grassroots and embedded in civil society and driven by the injured themselves, but they actually, and very consciously, but also subconsciously, use their actual physical injuries as tools for advocacy. So they didn't hide the fact, for example, that some people use walking aids or other people are visually impaired. They in fact took ownership of their injuries and really leveraged their own identity as the injured as a tool of empowerment. And this has been absolutely transformative for these individuals, for the injured of the Northern Ireland conflict in a number of different ways. It was a tireless and hard-fought campaign, and they showed absolute tenacity in keeping going. And that has resulted in legislation and the establishment of the Victims Payments Board, which I sit on, and which that delivers that pension to victims and survivors. And it's a reasonable, it depends on your level of disablement. And of course, it's for many people, it's highly practical, but there's also a huge amount of symbolic acknowledgement there. You know, I've had victims sit in front of me and they're not, contrary to what people will often think, that people are only in it for the money. For a lot of people, they're there to be heard. And they assume that because you're on the other side of the table, they give you some kind of status or authority, which is, in my case, completely untrue. But they want to be heard by what they deem as like a panel of experts, and to have somebody actually sit and spend a couple of hours with them just listening to their story. So it is translated into a pension that has practical and symbolic importance, just as the ways as reparations can be practical, material reparations or symbolic reparations. But it's also been profoundly empowering for the people who made up the campaign group themselves. And you can see that on the quote at the bottom of the screen here, who one group member, he does this kind of real contrast between his ability to return to employment after he was injured. And his personal story is horrendous. But he, again, he was paralyzed in a sectarian shooting. And he was very much a get up and go kind of person. And he was a school teacher at the time of his injury. And he got himself back to full health. And he wanted to go back into the classroom. And the head teacher in his school said, no, you can't come back in a wheelchair. You'll frighten the children. And this was in 1970s. So he said, right, okay. You're not going to knock me down. And he went off and he trained in IT and wanted to become a computer salesperson. He thought, I can get myself out and about, I can do this. And he was immediately told, oh no, nobody will buy anything from a man in a wheelchair. And he said, actually participating in the injured group and using all of his skills and his ability, he said it was basically like sticking the finger up to society that had disempowered him for so long. So we need to both complicate victimhood, but also at the same time, remember how important a contribution that victims and survivors can make to our efforts at transitional justice, and how empowering that can be. My second lesson that I wanted to focus on then was the importance of truth and justice for victims and survivors. And it might be a little bit odd that I'm using Northern Ireland as a lesson in the importance of truth and justice when we have had a comprehensive failure to establish an overarching process for dealing with the legacy of the conflict. We've had various different mechanisms rooted in the police and rooted in the legal system and in civil society that have done bits of truth recovery, but we've never had anything like our own Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We've had many attempts at getting something like that off the ground, but we consistently fail, and therefore we consistently fail victims and survivors in doing that. Most recently, as many of you will know, the then Conservative Boris Johnson-led government passed a piece of legislation known as the Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy and Reconciliation Act of 2003, which basically decreases the scope for truth recovery and the delivery of justice in Northern Ireland, in that it ended in a guillotine motion all of our existing mechanisms for truth recovery and criminal investigation on the 1st of May 2024. So that was an end to inquests, public inquiries, criminal cases, civil cases, and further historical investigations into police misconduct during the conflict. And for many victims and survivors who perhaps had waited 40 or 50 years for an inquest or to have their case heard by the police ombudsman, the impact has been absolutely devastating. And so this piece of legislation covers up, I think, the scope for denial and silence on the past, while decreasing the scope for truth recovery. And you can see how controversial that has been just by some of the photographs on the screen here. The bottom photograph is from a victims group who have staged some wonderful pieces and very creative pieces of street theatre. And here they are carrying a coffin through the streets of Belfast, dressed as undertakers, but masked, and with justice written on the top of the coffin, really symbolising the death of truth and justice. We do have a new body that's in operation, known as the Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery. It is quite uniquely, in Northern Ireland, we never agree on anything, literally ever. But actually, this legislation and the resulting new body for truth recovery has actually managed to unite everybody across the political spectrum in their opposition to it. And as a result, its truth recovery capacity is so low that it only has something like 8 cases in front of it, bearing in mind there are over 1,800 unsolved cases coming out of the Northern Ireland conflict. So the lessons, and again, I wanted to let the words of victims and survivors speak to really drive home the importance of truth and justice. So as one of my interviewees said, this is about the denial of acknowledgement of wrong. And she said, I want acknowledgement. I would personally like acknowledgement that nobody had the right to go out and attempt to take my dad's life because of his job, because my father was just one of the best men. Well, he was the best man that I'd ever had in my whole life. He was so kind. For other victims and survivors, this ending of the available avenues for truth and justice is a denial of dignity. And for one individual, she summed it up when she said, it tells us that the lives of our loved ones did not matter. For other victims and survivors, given the time lag in Northern Ireland between the moment of victimisation and where we are now in 2025, they have spent the intervening years campaigning for truth. They have constantly lived in the past through no fault of their own, and it's curtailed their ability to live in the present. And of course, that is an ageing population, and many people will pass away without a resolution, but also people who have the information about the past and their memories are being lost as well. For others, the failure to deal with the past constitutes a profound failure to answer questions and to contextualize death. So this individual, she works with a victims organization, and she's done incredible storytelling work with victims and survivors, and she's been able to return some information to victims at the same time. And she said, you know, people just want to know, like, why did it happen to me? Like, why did I lose a limb? Why was it me? And she said to be able to just tell someone it's not because of some grand master plan or because you offended someone. In fact, it was because you were ordinary, because terrorist organizations were picking on ordinary people. The more ordinary, the better. And she said to be able to give that information to someone can be absolutely transformative. It's not some grand macro truth that people are looking for. Often it's just the why me? Why did this happen? And then finally, before I am quite literally cut off in terms of time, to go back to that time lag issue, because many of these atrocities happened in the 1970s and 1980s, campaigning efforts are naturally now being passed on to younger generations, and often that's the second generation. And you can see, as one of my interviewees said here, like very upfront about it, and she's talking about her mother, who's campaigning for truth about the loss of her father. So this interviewee's grandfather. And she said, if her generation is to pass away and they haven't got justice, I have promised my mummy I will keep going. And I absolutely understand that. And I don't think any of us can judge what we would do until we're in that situation ourselves. But I also wonder about the negative effects of that, in that our children and grandchildren, are they having to take up causes that they maybe don't really know very much about? Are they operating perhaps on the basis of somewhat compromised or biased information? Maybe they'd rather go out and play football on a Saturday, or maybe they'd rather campaign for the environment, but yet they're constantly being not saddled, but they're constantly having to carry the past with them. And I wonder about the impact on that, particularly in respect to transgenerational trauma. But also the past is always in the present in Northern Ireland. You know, our peace is effectively haunted by ghosts. We have something, as the BBC, former BBC security correspondent Brian Rowan has said, we have a conflict calendar in which every day is an anniversary. And any day in Northern Ireland, you just have to turn on the news or pick up a newspaper, and it's kind of there, like a series of constant repetitions. And often that's some of the most controversial questions about the past, which is not only destabilizing politically and socially, but it's also profoundly re-traumatizing for victims and survivors. So I think, to conclude, my lessons are twofold. We need to be bigger, bolder in terms of our conceptualization and understanding of the experience of victimhood, but also we need to prioritize the importance of truth and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl, for this extremely informative presentation, highlighting some of the challenges of defining victimhood, as well as the importance of truth and justice for, well, hopefully sustainable resolution of conflict. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions from the floor. We have approximately 25 minutes. So I will now open the floor for questions. I see a lot of hands, so I'll ask Elu to start from, yes, behind there. And if that's okay with both of you, we'll take 3 at a time.
Thank you very much. Thanks to both of you for terrific presentations. Richard English from the Mitchell Institute in Queens, and it's great to hear what Chris and Cheryl said. I've got a brief question for each of you. Chris, in Fionnuala's excellent lecture, she presented counter-terrorism and counter-terrorist thinking as an obstacle to dealing with the real causes of conflict and making progress. You've presented a somewhat different version in that you've outed yourself as a counter-terrorist. This is one of your many roles in your Forrest Gump experience. And yet you've also talked about building dialogue with people who have been involved in terrorist groups, building respect, helping to deal with the causes of it, continuing to take risks to do so, and ultimately being part of a process which produced the famous 1998 Good Friday Agreement, which did address root causes in terms of legitimacy, fairness, the past, and political power. So could you comment on that, counter-terrorism and peace? Because it seems to me you've been doing both. Cheryl, I love your new book. I think it's a terrific book. And I'm convinced by the idea of being sophisticated in our understandings of the complexities of victimhood. But my question for you is this. You talk about the fact that in Northern Ireland, we've spectacularly failed to deal with the legacy of the past. I mean, massively. The failure is huge. And one of the problems possibly is that there are huge challenges with dealing with a complex legacy of victimhood in ways that are both credible and practical. So in terms of practicality, if everybody is a victim, and actually looking at that legal definition even, virtually everybody in Northern Ireland is a victim. If everybody is a victim, how on earth do you practically dealing with redress for victims? Because it's not just the IRA and the INLA and the UVF and the UDA and the parachute regiment that shot people. It's the people who were shot by them, but it's also them and it's their children. Or if they were in jail for 18 years for murdering somebody, it's their children and grandchildren who didn't see them. And it's anyone who's been dealing with any of those people in the health service. And it's even academics who it's everybody, right? So there's the scale issue, but there's also the credibility issue, because it seems to me that you're right that binary divisions between the innocent and the guilty, or the myth of the pure victim, those are clearly absurd simplifications. On the other hand, you mentioned agency. There are differences of responsibility. If I blow up a child in a bombing and the child's 2 years old, and I then go to prison and I'm a victim, there is a different responsibility for the actions. And part of the difficulty that some of the work that you've been talking about has faced is people looking and saying, oh, come on, it's not the case that the conflict just came to all of us and we all responded. Most people didn't respond to Bloody Sunday atrocities by joining the IRA. Most people didn't respond to the IRA's Bloody Friday atrocities by joining the UVF. Okay, and so it seems to me that there are issues there of somehow responsibility. I don't like a hierarchy of victims, but I do like some recognition of the realities of agency. So those are questions for Chris and for Cheryl, but thank you for 2 terrific presentations.
Thank you for both of you for the lovely lecture. I wanted to ask one question each, since the previous speakers did it. For Chris, I think when I think about pre-9/11 terrorism in Europe, what comes to mind is IRA, PKK, and ETA, those kind of organizations. You mentioned your experience specifically dealing with IRA, and also you mentioned ETA as an example. What do you think was the main difference between how both were dealt with by respective governments and its current legacy? Because IRA issue and the Irish issue was dealt with from the government level and the government willingness to deal with them one-to-one. Well, ETA kind of got fizzled out, if I may say that word, in a sort of way. But you mentioned that dealing with ETA and trying to get them to disarm, but they ended up disarming themselves. And then we now have ETA completely kind of dissipated and kind of turned into political force. What do you think was the main difference between those? And what do you think was more successful in its approach when dealing with the terrorism issue, terrorist organization issue from the government level or from the civil society level. And for question to Cheryl is when you talked about the law, the Reconciliation Act of 2023, I understand it's trying to be amended within the Parliament at the current moment. First one is, what do you want to see amended? Which parts do you want to see, or do you think the current amendment progress is helpful? And the second one is briefly on the issue of it's being amended under, if I remember correctly, under the Human Rights Act of 1988, which is the ECHR issue. But it seems the current Labour government is very much hostile against ECHR for migration issue, because it's a separate one. But there have been voices within UK of amending Human Rights Act or completely abandoning it because of the conflict that's going on against ECHR. Do you foresee that being a much of a bigger issue when trying to amend the current acts of 2023? Thank you.
And I think I saw another hand somewhere here. Do the other side.
Thank you. Thank you very much for both presentations. I'm just wondering what are like the main reasons of why truth and justice initiatives had not been really put forward and made more concrete in the case of Ireland. Like, what are the main factors intervening apart from political will and resources, maybe what we have, but also maybe more at the community level? What are the resistance also from former combatants that they also resist to that? And what role does narratives play now in Ireland regarding former combatants also and terrorism? Like, narratives usually undermine these initiatives too. So what is the current state regarding that? And how do you see it playing a role?
Thank you for this first round of questions. Cheryl, would you like to?
Okay, yeah, maybe if I just take them one by one. Richard, thank you so much for your questions, and I totally agree on obviously on the spectacular failure in respect to legacy. You're 100% right. The scale of victimhood is immense. I think the current thinking on that kind of landscape of victimhood in Northern Ireland is there's about 100,000 people who are directly receiving services at the moment, either from statutory bodies or victims and survivors groups. But actually, if you look at the legal definition of a victim, it is so broad that in fact 1/3 of us can actually very comfortably fall within its parameters. So the scale issue is enormous. In respect to how to deal with that, I suppose there's different ways of looking at that. I think from a transitional justice perspective and a perspective that really seeks to deal with the past, then we need to have an appropriate menu of options. So not everybody is going to want truth or justice. Some people will want financial compensation. Some people may be more into memorialization. Some people might be more into reform of the educational curriculum, or in fact, the promotion of integrated education. So I think we actually, looking at like the toolkit of transitional justice, if you like, those 4 pillars, I think we need to have a much more imaginative response to the needs of victims and survivors than we have currently had. We tend to obviously focus on the conversation on truth and justice, but there's so much more that can be delivered. So for example, only in the last 2 years that we have a regional trauma network now established in Northern Ireland. So we need to have all of those different responses at play, like in response to the physical injuries, but also responding to psychological injuries. And I think it's one of the crucial parts of that is not just having that menu of options, but what I see from working with the Victims Payments Board is there are so many victims and survivors out there who still in 2025 don't know what support is available to them. So it's not only having choices for people, but also making sure that people know that they can actually access those choices, and that as far as is possible, and this often comes down to financial resourcing, that those choices aren't time bound. Because for some people, it'll be their natural evolution, if you like, or their natural experience over the life course. They might want some kind of intervention in 1998. For others, it may not be till 2027 that they can actually talk about their psychological injury. So it's having both the range of responses, but also having those range of responses communicated and accessible to victims and survivors. And I 100% agree with you about like the responsibility agency issue. Of course, we all have agency, and the vast majority of people did not take up arms. And there is, I think, a higher burden on those who perpetrated violence to carry that responsibility. That is a fact of life that can't be negotiated. But I do think there is, and it's a somewhat controversial way round it, I do think that, and also as Fionnuala said earlier, I do think that amnesties have a role to play, in that if people who have, for example, information about the past, if they are given some form of amnesty or even like a protected statement, then that frees that individual who maybe hasn't been prosecuted for a specific act, that frees that individual to then enter a truth process or enter like a community truth finding initiative to be able to give up that information, and for victims and survivors to be able to access that information. So, and I think that's also a form of amnesty can be a form of accountability in itself, because if you put your hand up and literally have to walk into the office to receive your protected statement or whatever it is, then you are explicitly admitting responsibility in something that you maybe haven't been prosecuted for. So I think there are creative ways around that. It also could go some way to dealing with the physical and the psychological needs of the ex-combatant population, because as it stands, if you were a member of an armed organization or a terrorist organization and you go to your doctor or you go to a counselor and you haven't been convicted for a particular offense, and if you tell them what you're convicted of, they immediately have to report you to the police. So that's causing huge problems in respect to like self-medicating approaches through drugs or alcohol in the ex-combatant community. So I think there's creative ways around it. In respect to the Legacy Act and what the current Labour government is doing, do I think it's helpful, and what do I think they're repealing? I think no, it's not helpful. I think like so many political parties and politicians, certainly at the time of the election of the Labour government, they made a lot of noise about repealing the Legacy Act, and that's obviously not going to happen. I wouldn't even say that they've done much tinkering at the edges of it. So that's been hugely frustrating and very disappointing for victims and survivors. I think really at this point, the only adequate response would be to start again. And actually this kind of goes to your point as well, that it's not that we need a new template for how to do this. Those templates of the possible institutions for delivering truth recovery and justice and perhaps even reparations, those templates have been around since at least 2009. And every time we reinvent the wheel, we come up with less and less. So it's not about doing something new. In fact, it's perhaps about cycling backwards and putting some of those previous commitments into place rather than making a lot of kind of political noise about repeal, which hasn't happened. Do I think the Human Rights Act of 1998 will be amended or repealed? No, I don't think so. I think that would be a huge amount of constitutional change. So I imagine the Human Rights Act will survive into the foreseeable future. And that then brings me to your question about why truth and justice initiatives haven't taken off. I think political will, as you said, is the #1 priority. And I think also because of privileged attempts to own the past and to continue to fight the past through the refusal to deal with the past. Because if you can keep perpetuating narratives of innocence and guilt or blamelessness, then you can continue to fight the past in the peace process. So I think political will and contested ownership of the conflict, I think also, you know, despite some of the noises that they make, I think there is also a responsibility on armed organizations and their representatives to be more honest about what they would really do in a truth process. I think it's much too easy to say that like, oh, the IRA are going to come forward or the UVF are going to come forward. They're not. And actually, if you read some of their statements in a lot more detail than some people do read, what some of them have mentioned is doing a corporate approach to the past, where they will perhaps give 1 or 2 lines saying, oh, we did this and we regret it, but they're not up for delivering those micro truths. And I think that so often gets lost in the conversation. So I think, yes, it's political will. It's about fighting the past, but it's also about the honesty and the transparency of our armed organizations, which is a bit of a depressing note to end on. So I'll maybe hand over to Chris at that point for some more positivity.
Well, I don't know positively. Professor English's comment about my losing myself for 4 years when I was working in counter-terrorism, but it wasn't all bad. And I must say, the path of that, I would give 2 examples. I was, even within that, I was working. There were certainly things that were done. I worked very closely with the heads of the army and the police on that, and advised the Secretary of State on was a go-between between those various organizations. But it was all about trying to make the best of things. It wasn't to try and be counter-terrorism in that way. I'll give you 2 very, very quick examples. One was a tragic case where a little boy was drowned in the river that flows through Derry, Londonderry in Northern Ireland, was drowned at one end of it. He disappeared into the river, and his family were distraught about this. And there were large concrete blocks, huge concrete blocks had been put into the river by the authorities to control the water flow about 2 miles down. And the family were convinced that the boy's body had got stuck on nose and they wanted the body back. It was a very complicated operation. It was an area which the IRA had control of, very, very dangerous. But what was required was the army with their divers and naval divers to go down. And I was given the task of sorting this one out. And it was great compassion for the family who were victims of not terrorism, but just a drowning. So we were able to, through our lines of communication, negotiate in such a way that over a weekend, the Army and Navy, British Navy, were given full security, not by the police and army, but by those that might have shot them, the paramilitaries, the IRA. They agreed that there would be no interference with this operation, which was carried out fully and everything was searched. Sadly, the body wasn't found, but it was an example of what we were doing. A similar example working on the other side was where the Cross McGlen, I'd mentioned earlier that South Armagh was a very dangerous area in Northern Ireland where the army couldn't operate without helicopters and without being parachuted in, well, helicoptered in. There was a base, a military base in Cross McGlen and police station right on the Irish border, the most dangerous place in Northern Ireland. And it joined a Gaelic Athletic Association pitch, a Gaelic football pitch. And gradually the boundary of this base had come out until it was almost touching the playing pitch. It was a very important, it was a good team, Cross McGlen, they are, good Gaelic team. It meant it was so dangerous that if anybody ran a yard 3 feet out of the pitch, they would bang into the wall. So we were asked by the Gaelic people if we could do something about this. I was asked, and it was an area very dangerous, and someone with my background who had been in trouble with the IRA not long before that, to go down to Cross McGlen and examine the pitch and make a report, which if the army got it, my independent report, they would do something about it. So arrangements were made. I was able to drive down in my own car without the slightest fear, meet some of the organisers of the Gaelic Athletic Association. I stress they weren't the terrorists, but nevertheless, drive down, made the recommendation, and the army moved their wall back to the boundary. So again, there were things like that, but they all come back to this trust and dialogue, talking and listening. And that's why I'm so passionate about that. And throughout my career, I had that. Coming to the question about ETA and the IRA, all of the things I've done and do, you need lists. We talked to the IRA about lists. You've heard the lists they had in the loyalists. Loyalists had small lists, which where the unions just leave us alone. We want to be British. Republicans and nationalists had long lists, and that was sometimes a problem if you were trying to get balance. You put some silly things onto the other list just to balance them out. But nevertheless, they had lists, and as you heard, that was all sorts of things over the years. We were able to gradually grant those. We haven't granted everything yet. Britain hasn't withdrawn, but in the ETA side, they really didn't have a list. The thing that they wanted most of all was their prisoners who were located and still are in some cases in the very south of Spain to be put into the Basque country where they've been near their families to be visited. The European Convention on Prisoners says that you should be located as close to your family, which means between countries you should be moved. So within your own country not to be moved close was a bad thing. That was what we were trying to discuss, but there were problems because the Basque government supported us and appointed us. And Madrid government didn't. But there were dialogue, you'll be aware, everyone, Sinn Féin were involved in discussions out there, the South Africans, Kofi Annan particularly, the Sri Lankans as well. And my commission had a Sri Lankan and a former combatant in the ANC who was, by this stage, had been a minister in South Africa, Ronnie Cressels. We tried to negotiate those things, but there really wasn't a list. And ETA decided without even agreement on the movement of prisoners to do it, which was wonderful. There has been some movement now, but nothing like I would have wanted. I thought that was an easy thing to grant, but there you are. They did it anyway. So that they were poles apart, but we got the same achievement, peace.
I saw some questions on the other side, so we're running out of time. So if I can ask you to keep it short. There's the lady there, gentleman, and another gentleman.
Thank you, professors, for sharing your insights today. It's been an honor to hear them, and thanks to ASA for organising. My question relates to the unique position of Northern Irish women throughout the peace process, which you both touched on. The coalition, I mean, to what extent did the unique experience of women, maybe being bereft of husbands and sons, unite them in their victimhood, and just how instrumental were women throughout the whole process? Thank you so much.
Well, I have a practical question again. The question topic is wise experience lessons from history for today and tomorrow. How is it going now with the former local original leaders of the three parties and their exchange of conflict experiences for the youth and young adults in the communities and globally? Do they give today now peace and conflict dialogues and peace mediation projects with students or workshops to community workers and local leaders? This is a question to Professor Chris. And a funny question to Professor Chris is, I want the signature of this pen, but I have no $5 or pounds, but I give you a booklet about peace in The Hague and justice.
That would be lovely.
And last question here at the gentleman in the front.
Thank you for squeezing me in. I'll try and keep it short. So I was really interested in these ideas of kind of intergenerational trauma and sort of temporal dislocation, and acknowledging that identities of victim and perpetrator are not distinct and not homogenous. Absolutely understood. I understand that, but I'm really interested in the idea of new generations inheriting kind of victimhood. If a process were to kind of address the scale of unsolved crimes, what you'd also create is a whole new generation of people who might inherit perpetratorhood. There'll suddenly be a load of, because otherwise being a perpetrator probably doesn't come down the generations because people don't admit it unless they're found. Whereas there'll suddenly be new generations of people who know that their father, grandfather, whatever, was actually a killer, was actually a murderer. I wonder if you think about how that translates when perpetratorhood kind of also travels down the generations and how that might affect society more broadly. Thank you.
Okay, the lady's question. There are two issues on that I would cover. At a formal situation, I mentioned that a women's coalition was formed specifically to stand in the elections that ultimately moved us forward into the Good Friday Agreement and beyond it. A women's coalition. It was a group of 2 academics and some other community activists. It was very, very important in those discussions. Hugely important because it provided a voice that wasn't right. They were Protestants and Catholics, Unionists, Nationalists. They weren't riding one particular horse, as we would say. It was very, very, very valuable in that. Ladies, women, generally within Northern Ireland have been very significant in most of the groups. I mentioned earlier the Quakers, how the Quakers had a house where you could have confidential discussion. Ladies, women were very important in that group. There were many others I could mention. So they were playing key roles as individuals quite often, but some of the most useful contact, some of the most useful advice, and some of the most useful and effective mediation was carried out by women in Northern Ireland. And for a moment deny that. And they had quite a hard time because Northern Ireland was not a very female-friendly place. It was a pretty male-dominated, and that's why I take the pleasure of my final slide when I show that 2 women are now running in Northern Ireland, which I never thought I would see, and I'm delighted with that. On that one, on the question, I wasn't quite clear. I'm sorry.
We in the Netherlands, veterans and experienced people of the Second World War, give peace and war lessons to children and students for exchange about peace mediation lessons for the future. And it is also helpful for their experience of the past, about traumatic experiences. They can exchange it, for example. And do they do it also in the Northern Ireland, for example? Is the question.
A good idea, but I may, and I stand to be contradicted. I am not aware of that happening because the situation here is still, unions still want to maintain the union and nationalists. So there hasn't been a great deal of that, and there's very, very little individuals, but there's been no structured way, and I can't see that happening. It plays into all of these things. It opens up what is known about the past and what isn't. Indeed, there are some in those organizations that would say if you were to give those lessons, you'd be talking about things that you had no authority to talk about under the rules of the organization you used to be in.
Yeah, thank you. It's a really good question, and actually probably one I hadn't really thought about before. And I think maybe I hadn't thought about it because you got it. I think maybe I hadn't thought about it because to a large extent, everybody kind of knows everybody in Northern Ireland. That's sort of like a given in Northern Ireland. And if you're going to at least know somebody, if not probably be related to them. So, and there is a sense that kind of all the dogs, there's a saying is all the dogs in the street know who was involved in the conflict. So I think for a lot of children who would now be probably adults themselves, whose parents were maybe in Republican or loyalist paramilitary organizations, they would pretty well know that, would be my understanding of engaging with people like that. They may also, have been to visit their parent while they were in prison, or perhaps faced exile or dislocation from their community. So I don't know how great that impact would be. I imagine there would be some details that would seep out that people, would have been protected against, and that could be, of course, profoundly re-traumatizing. So for the members of armed groups, I'm not sure that would be such a huge issue, but actually you did make me think about people who were involved in the security forces or in the intelligence services, who certainly would have been more protected, and what their activities were are certainly more shrouded in secrecy, and perhaps even in the official kind of Secrets Act. I think that in fact might be, if hypothetically speaking, if those details were to be made publicly available in the public domain through like the Archive of Truth Commission or something like that, I think that could actually be much more problematic and much more damaging, because there is much less known about some of those activities and how far up the chain, or like who sanctioned what, as opposed to, people who were in armed organizations. A lot of that I think is relatively well known. So I think I would actually kind of reverse the concern and focus more on the concern in relation to security and intelligence forces.
I think this brings us to the end of our session. I would like to thank both of our speakers for their audience and joining me, giving them a round of applause.
My name is Antonio Guzmán Mutis, and I am a junior researcher here at the Instituut. To offer a brief canvas for the upcoming conversation, I would like to remind you of some of the facts regarding the Colombian conflict. The conflict started in 1964, making it a 50-year-long conflict and the longest non-international armed conflict in the Western Hemisphere. It has been labeled as a low-intensity asymmetric conflict, including leftist guerrillas, paramilitaries, criminal organized groups, and the state. more than 400,000 people have been killed during the conflict, according to recent estimations of the Colombian Truth Commission. Despite the historic peace agreement with the FARC in 2016, as of today, and according to recent estimations made by the International Committee of the Red Cross, there are 8 active non-international armed conflicts in the country. But hope is certainly not lost. And one of the biggest achievements of the 2016 peace agreement was the establishment of a transitional justice framework to address precisely this. Different narratives and different applicable laws have been used to understand and provide solutions for these situations and for the victims. Today, we will explore that of transitional justice and counterterrorism. For this panel, we will have 1 hour and 15 minutes, and it will consist in 3 interventions, each between 15 and 20 minutes, after which we will have a short Q&A session of 15 minutes. Please allow me to introduce you the panelists that we will have the pleasure of hearing today. Catalina Díaz is an active judge at the Special Jurisdiction for Peace and sits at the Truth and Acknowledgement Chamber. Previously, she was Director of Transitional Justice for the Ministry of Justice and Law in Colombia. She has worked for the International Center for Transitional Justice in Bogotá and New York, where she concentrated her practice mainly on victim reparations, advising Colombia, Mexico, Ecuador, and East Timor in different matters. She holds an MPhil in sociology from the University of Oxford, an LLM in public interest law from the University of New York. Lina Malagon Díaz is a senior lecturer at the University of West of England and a Transitional Justice Fellow at the Harvard Carr Center for Human Rights Policy. Her career has balanced academic scholarship with work as a researcher, litigant, and advocate in the context of conflict-affected and post-conflict countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. For more than 15 years, Lina worked as a consultant for the International Labour Organization. In 2016, Lina was Deputy Director of the High Commissioner for Victims' Rights for the Bogotá Mayor's Office, and for 5 years, Director of the International Advocacy at the Colombian Commission of Jurists. And our final panelist will be Beatriz Mayans Hermida. Beatriz holds a PhD in Law and Criminology from the Vrije University of Amsterdam and an LLM in International Legal Studies from the University of New York. Currently, she's a research fellow at the Center for International Criminal Justice and a visiting professional at the International Criminal Court. Beatriz is also a member of the newly created Transitional Justice Working Group of the European Forum of Restorative Justice. In 2023, Beatriz worked in the macro case number 7 related to the forced recruitment of children before the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. And now, to begin our panel, Judge Diaz, it's great to have you, and you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Hello here from Bogotá, Colombia. I'm actually in my office at the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. Thank you very much to the Institute for the invitation. I would have loved to join you personally in The Hague, but I really couldn't cancel my commitments here with the instruction of the cases. So I am really pleased to be able to make this presentation via the platform. So I have a PowerPoint presentation. I would really like to for you to see my pictures and some key ideas. So I don't know if you're watching in another screen the presentation.
We will, but if you want, you can start. Oh yes, we have it already.
Yeah,
so
you have it? Okay.
Yes.
So I know that we have very brief time, so I'll be direct to the point, and I will start by saying that, as Antonio mentioned, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace emerged out of the 2016 Havana Peace Agreement between the Democratic Government of Colombia and the Marxist guerrilla called Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, the FARC. The peace agreement put an end to the 5-decade civil war with that insurgency. The agreement included one entire chapter, which is famously called Chapter 5, devoted to the question on how to address victims' rights. Following ideas in the field of transitional justice on the complementarity among different judicial and non-judicial mechanisms, the agreement created a comprehensive, integral truth, justice, reparations, and non-repetition system encompassing a truth commission, which operated for almost 5 years and delivered its final report in 2022, a humanitarian unit for the search of the disappeared, and an executive unit for the reparations of victims at the head. The Special Jurisdiction for Peace is the judicial leg of that integral system. The Special Jurisdiction for Peace is really a novelty in the area of peacemaking. It's the first time, very first time in which a Marxist insurgency, a guerrilla, agree with a government, the creation of a judicial forum. And this is very important. This is not a non-judicial forum. This is a judicial forum for the accountability, judicial accountability, the attribution of individual criminal responsibility to the two parties of the internal armed conflict. So we investigate, prosecute, and punish both former members of the insurgency and members of the official military forces. The mandate of the Special Jurisdiction of Peace is twofold. On the one hand, as I was mentioning, we are, by constitution, because the agreement was then incorporated into the constitution, our mandate is in the first place to investigate, prosecute, and punish those most responsible. We have the powers of selecting those most responsible for the most serious crimes, international crimes. And on the other hand, we have to promptly solve the legal situation of all those combatants, guerrillas and official military troops who signed up to the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. So on the one hand, we are investigating those most responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And on the other hand, we are granting amnesty, judicial pardon, and the waiver for prosecution, examining the applications of almost 14,000 former combatants, both guerrilla combatants and former members of the official military troops, particularly the army. So if you go to the next slide, you can see I'm mentioning here just very quickly I name it the conditions. The second slide list the conditions of possibility. I wrote an article in English actually a few years ago, elaborating on that, because the Colombian case is getting known and actually is cited as a successful example. So I really would like to mention that that major achievement of a comprehensive, integral truth, justice, reparations, and non-repetition, very robust approach was possible because we had a peace negotiation by a democratic government with a 21st century agenda on human rights, which includes, of course, labor rights, issues around peasants' rights, around crimes, not only in very traditional terms, but for example, environmental crimes. And it was a government seriously committed to accountability. Plus, we had a domestic president, which included 10 years at that time of the signing of the peace agreement, of implementing special peace and justice criminal proceedings within a previous transitional justice framework for the political negotiation with the counterinsurgent paramilitary groups. Plus, we had a very strong victims movement, a strong human rights movement, and we had a very engaged international community, which I call law in action. Plus, we were under preliminary examination by the Office of the Prosecutor.
Sorry, Judge Diaz, we cannot hear you. If you hear us, could you please stop while we fix this?
I'm back. I'm very sorry. We had a technical issue here for a second, but I'm back.
Great, don't worry. We can hear you and we can see you properly. Please go ahead.
No, la presentación. Yeah, so I'm not going to elaborate on each of those conditions, but I really want you to have those in mind when you think about how the agreement on this very special judicial accountability forum was actually possible in the political negotiation that put an end to a 5-decade internal armed conflict with that insurgency of the revolutionary forces of Colombia. So now back on the HEP. So we are a court of law. Actually, we are 38 completely new magistrates, which we were appointed by a international domestic panel that was named by the peace agreement. I mean, in the peace agreement, the negotiating table appointed the institutions of an international panel that selected 38 new judges out of almost 3,000 applications. And as I was mentioning, we run a judicial proceeding, but the core of our judicial proceeding, and I use this language, I think it's clear and it's honest to say it was a transaction. I mean, the emergence, the creation of the special jurisdiction for peace emerged out of a political transaction in the peace negotiation. And the core of that transaction was that those who acknowledge complete, detailed, and exhaustive truth are entitled to a special sanction, which is restorative, and it's not equivalent to ordinary prison. It can include restriction of freedom or other restriction of other rights, but no ordinary prison. Of course, that is at the heart, at the core of this transitional justice transaction. Also, the idea that we apply directly international law. So we can apply the Rome Statute and other sources of international criminal law. And I wanted to make a very brief comment on terrorism here, because that was a problem that the negotiating table had to address, that the insurgents had been before investigated and prosecuted for terrorism in very wide terms. Actually, the crime of terrorism in our criminal code is quite wide. And the peace agreement addressed this issue by saying, let's concentrate more on war crimes. So we have the power, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has the power to rename what was before called by ordinary judges terrorism in a very strict terms of international criminal law. And we have indicted former insurgents for several war crimes and actually crimes against humanity as well, but understanding that some actions conducted during the internal armed conflict, which were named by ordinary judges as terrorism, actually was not under international law. So we have jurisdiction over guerrillas, state agents, and civilians actually who collaborated with each one of the sides of the conflict. But the Constitutional Court ruled that our jurisdiction over civilians is only when they express their will to subject themselves to our jurisdiction. And I wanted to say as well that the peace agreement included a very robust amnesty law as an annex of the agreement itself. And the negotiating table followed the principle of international humanitarian law in the terms of the broadest amnesty possible. Actually, the amnesty law was celebrated internationally because of being an amnesty law which both honored that principle of the broadest amnesty possible, and in that sense was a keystone for the achievement of the peace agreement itself. And in that sense, amnesty was a tool in the peacemaking effort. But on the other hand, that amnesty law respected international law in the sense of it doesn't grant amnesty to the crimes that are non-amnestiable in international criminal law. Plus, the peace agreement included an early release provision. So both FARC members, the insurgents who were in prison, were released early, actually with the condition to appear before the Special Jurisdiction for Peace if called. And as well, that happened as well to all close to 1,000 members of the official military forces who were in prison for very serious crimes. So what have we done so far? And I'm going to summarize this in very few minutes. So we opened our doors to the public in 2018. So we have been operating for 7 years. And in these 7 years, we have indicted 205 of those most responsible for crimes against humanity and war crimes. I don't have the time to explain to you all of the cases. But what I really want to underline is that we have been able to indict 58 former FARC members, including all surviving top leaders. So the entire 11-member structure, which was at the top of the chain of command of the insurgency, all of those individuals have been indicted for war crimes and crimes against humanity for different macro criminal phenomena, including the hostage taking of civilians and the policy of recruiting children. In addition to extrajudicial executions and enforced disappearances, even sexual violence for command responsibility. And we have indicted 141 former members of the national military forces in relation to extrajudicial executions and enforced disappearances related to the body count, what we call the body count policy. We have been able to indict six civilians criminally associated with the National Army. And here, what I appreciate the most, which is the rate, what I call the success rate, which is 127 of those indicted have acknowledged their individual criminal responsibility under the terms of their indictment. And for me, that is very important. It amounts to almost 90% of those indicted have acknowledged their responsibility. The majority of those who have acknowledged have done or have appeared in 9 public truth and acknowledgement hearings, which have been live broadcasted and on public TV. I mean, I could elaborate on that in more detail, but we don't have the time now. I just want to mention why was that possible, and I will finish with comments on the effect in terms of the I think strengthening the democratic public sphere. I mean, the role of those public hearings, acknowledgement public hearings, in the strengthening of our democracy. But first, I want to elaborate a little bit more on why was that possible, the acknowledgement of individual responsibility, that 90% of success of the model. So my title here is "The Model is Working." I argue that this model is working. Why? I think we have been able to smartly use the incentive structure. So this idea that if you tell the complete, detailed, and exhaustive truth, and you acknowledge to your individual criminal responsibility, you are not going to prison, but you are enabled or entitled, to a restorative sanction works. So those who appear before the jurisdiction want to secure their early release, which was conditional upon appearing before the HEP. So in other words, in simple words, those who were in prison, of course, don't want to go back to prison. And those who never went to prison before the peace agreement, of course, they don't want to go to prison. So they appreciate the special jurisdiction for peace as, and I'm quoting here many of those who I have interviewed during the instruction of my cases. They appreciate the special jurisdiction for peace as a second opportunity in life. They are being tired of defending themselves in the ordinary judicial system. They are tired of paying costly lawyers. And some of them, and I'm talking here about those members of the official military forces, want their superiors to pay. So some of those who went to prison say, I'm guilty and I committed horrendous crimes, but I wasn't the only one, and my superiors knew what was going on, or I was giving orders, or I was part of a system which was structurally organized to make these crimes possible. So I want them to pay. So we have used smartly, I think, that incentive structure. But on the other hand, we have been able to put in practice a very robust restorative justice approach. which means understanding the judicial process as a restorative space in itself. So the restorative in the special jurisdiction for peace is not only the sanction, the sanction is the final step, but we have been able to understand that the restorative is actually the judicial proceeding in itself. So that dialogue, which is the judicial proceeding, this instructing of the cases, has been an opportunity to put into place a human dialogue, a robust human dialogue, in which we start by rehumanizing the perpetrator. So not treating the perpetrator as evil incarnated, or as a monster, or as a terrorist. It's understanding the rationale of the crimes, why the crimes were committed, who is this person that made that decision to kill somebody or enforce disappeared somebody, and why that decision was made, which was the system that allowed that to happen, and treating that person as, one was his life, the great majority of them are men, his life in the war, his role in the war, and now which is his role. Now understanding that change is possible, actually. And another trait of that robust restorative justice approach is that perpetrators and victims are themselves the protagonists, not only their lawyers. So we put into place a restorative dialogue among perpetrators, victims, and judges. I could elaborate on that a lot, but we don't have the time. So I will end by saying that we have been able to offer new truth and put that in the democratic public sphere. So in the slide, you can see front pages of the most important newspapers in the country, pictures of the newspapers online, in which our hearings, the acknowledgement hearings, the appearances of those who perpetrated the most serious crimes were, big news. And now I think we were able to contribute to foster a public discussion on the most serious crimes of macro criminal phenomena that were committed during the war. So the Colombian society has been able to talk, to discuss, to expose, to be exposed to extrajudicial executions and enforced disappearances by the army, by the army of the state, crimes which had been denied before. And the society has heard the perpetrators confessing one time and a second time and a third time and again and again and again. And now I think it has become not proper to deny that those crimes occurred. And on the other hand, the society has been able to see the victims telling what they underwent, which were the consequences, the harm of the crimes. And in terms of the hostage taking by the insurgency, society has been able to see the impact of kidnapping in a more complex way. Now, those victims who never came back because they were actually disappeared by the insurgency, who killed them while they were hostages. Which was the impact in the family of the hostage taking, the impact in those children whose mother, whose father was 10 years in the bushes because of being a hostage for political reasons, for example. So I will close with this idea that I think the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has contributed to that strengthening of the democratic public sphere. Of course, we face multiple challenges, and I'm sure my colleagues in the panel, which I send a very, from the heart, saludo in Spanish, will kind of elaborate more on the challenges and what's next. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to you, Judge Diaz. This has been a very informative and interesting presentation, and it is indeed the case that people normally do not understand how the court operates and how a tribunal, which is not in essential international, can apply international law directly and has this faculty of labeling the crimes, which allows it to frame it in different ways. Counter-terrorism could be indeed one of such frameworks. But victims normally don't understand this, and they are the center of most of these procedures. I think, Lina, you can share a little bit more about the victims with us, right?
I will, don't know, how can I, well, I don't know. Okay, start. Okay, thank you so much for this invitation to the ASA Institute, to the Queen's University of Belfast. My pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure, of course, to be with Catalina as well, who is a friend, a colleague for many, many years. And of course, Beatriz, that I just met. Let me start, but I really wanted to see the presentation so you can see exactly what I'm trying to say. Here we go. So I don't know if I can move it or I need to ask for. Shall I be able to move it by myself? No? Yes. Good. There you go. Here we go. Let me say this. When I was talking to Niki and Antonio about the content of this presentation, I realized that, of course, we have the victim-centered approach in transitional justice in Colombia as the center of many of the mechanisms. And as Catalina said very well, it was at the center of the peace agreement, and all the mechanisms created as a result of the peace agreement have had this accent and approach. However, I think this is not the beginning of the discussion about the victims and the center of the victims in transitional justice in Colombia. So I decided to go and explain and probably talk more and elaborate more on the reparation program that is included in the Law 1448, 2011. And it's also so interesting for me because in 2016, I have the pleasure to be the Deputy Director of the Office for Implementation of the Victims' Law in Bogota, that is at the local level. So you can imagine it's not the national level, it's the local level that we all have. I mean, municipalities and departments have the obligation to implement the Victims' Law. So I was there working and implementing this. Please take into account that before that, I was a human rights lawyer working with victims. So for me, it was the opportunity to be on the other side and being part of the state, trying to guarantee and protect victims' rights, when I will show you in a minute how difficult it can be. So let me say that the institutional response to victims of the armed conflict in Colombia is long. At least 3 different moments are really important to understand this. In 1997, Colombia approved 2 laws. One was directed to create a protection and assistance program for victims of forced displacement. What we had in the cities, and I want you to imagine, we have in all the main cities in Colombia, loads of people coming from the massacres and the violence against them around the country, across the country. And they were in our cities, because I was from the capital and I was living there. And since I have memory, I saw all the children and families at the traffic lights begging for, money and abandon. So that was the law trying to address this problem. in the same year, at the end of the year, it was issued another law, that is, was the law 418, creating mechanism for peace negotiation, because Colombia, of course, is always in a peace process. So, of course, that was the idea. And it also created a program of a system for victims of the armed conflict for all of them. But these mechanisms were very behind, very weak. It also created really interesting institutions, but they were not effective enough. So in 2004, we have an extraordinary constitutional court, and Catalina mentioned as well, because it's very, very important, created a mechanism to follow up the implementation of all these laws and policies and practices and say, okay, come on, come in all the institutions of the state, and it's called this mechanism is created through the unconstitutional state of affairs. That is basically the possibility that the courts has to, before an generalized human rights violations, they can call everyone included in this policy, including civil society organizations, other, experts, academics, everyone, to come and just have hearings and discuss about the program and the state of the human rights concern. In this case was for displacement mechanisms. So this is very important, because this is the first time in which we can see transitional justice in this initial form for Colombia, having the victims at the center of the discussion in this aspect, let me say. In 2005, we have the negotiation with the paramilitary groups. And as a result, it was a new law, because we always have laws for everything. So imagine, this is obviously a law, 975. And in 2008, we have a decree to create a compensation program for these victims. So this is more or less the panorama. And we jump into the, to the 2011 creation of the Victims Law, that is the comprehensive reparation program for all victims of the armed conflict. Why is so important? Because it's a transitional justice mechanism, but also because it's comprehensive, it's integral, it's putting the victims at the center, but it's very important because at that point we didn't have a peace agreement. So it was what we called a transition without transition. Try to be very fast. Let me say another important thing, because of course we are legal, and when I mentioned before, we also had to, sorry, I need to think. I try. The thing is, they included in the right to reparation, thank you, into two important moments. And it was putting the right to reparation in the Constitution. So preparing the national legal framework for the peace agreement, the right to be repaired was included as part of the Constitution. And in 2016, and Catalina mentioned as well, as a result of the peace agreement, a constitutional reform was made and was approved, and it included again this obligation of the Colombian state to repair all victims and compensate them. In comparison with the Northern Ireland, and we can talk about it later, but all victims were all kinds of victims, including that they have this dual condition of victim and perpetrators. We didn't have any distinction about that, except that the combatants themselves, that they were only combatants, they were not included as such as part of the peace agreement. Let me say something about the origins of the Victims Law, and Catalina mentioned as well this. This is based on the work of the victims movement. The Colombian victims movement is dynamic, is very interesting. I only have seen something similar in Northern Ireland, I have to say. It's really, really is progressive, is doing many things. Even they are not homogeneous. They are really, really different. They are victims from different backgrounds, of course, victims of different perpetrators, lots of problems inside. Please don't. I always try to not romanticize the idea of the victims because they are not. But this is the movement that provokes these demands and the urgence of approving a victims' law, a reparation program before anything else, before an agreement with the guerrillas, before an agreement with anyone. They needed a response to what happened. So in a very interesting process, the Congress, the National Commission for Reparation and Reconciliation, I don't have time to explain that, the Organization of American States Mission in Colombia, and other institutions were or carry out hearings across the country with more than 3,000 victims of survivors to create this victims law. So as you can imagine, they were everywhere discussing, analyzing what will be the content of the victims law. In this sense, the victims center, the approach of transitional justice was here from the beginning for the creation, for the design, and I will explain a bit more what happened next. They have like this big discussion. Let me say what is the content. So it was approved 2011. Two important things. The first one is the inclusion of the transformative justice perspective. That was exactly that. Is all the discussions we have about transitional justice at the global level, respecting how transitional justice must be, and I think is something that is very, very important, is saying that transitional justice mechanism must be approved to be transformative, to transform the reality of the victims. It's a direct mechanism to say we are taking them, not just to leaving them in the past or going back to what it was before the atrocities, is taking them forward. And this is a very important aspect in the victims' law and the other mechanisms as well that I didn't mention, but Catalina mentioned, and I'm sure Beatriz will mention as well. The second aspect I'd like to highlight, there are many, but this is very crucial for this conversation, is the victims' participation as a right, principle, and duty of the state. So it's not only that they can have certain kind of mechanisms to talk to them, or no, it's a serious process, or try to be a serious process to include victims at the center of the discussion and the implementation of the law and the reparation program. And I will explain more about this. But let me show you very briefly what happened with the reparation program. So it has 3 levels. The first level is humanitarian aid measures. What it means that the law created all the mechanisms to give immediately a response to any act of violence occurring in the country. Of course, please take it this for, like, this is a formal way to say it. In practice, there's a gap, but let me say that with all this positiveness I'm trying to explain you. The second part is to measures to restore basic social rights to citizens. So yes, you take them there, and they, for example, they have coming from a massacre, terrible situation, etc. And they try just to give, the state is trying to give the immediately shelter, some, immediate response. But the second level is, well, they will need in a new place, for example, they move, they were displaced, they will need education, health, legal assistance, many other things. So this is basically the second level. Try to put them up to that level in which they are back to be citizens. And this is central to this. And the third part is integral reparations component. And this is when we're talking about the traditional, or the, though we understand as reparations. Reparations can be individual, collective, material, moral, symbolic. I won't go to the details because this is huge. But let me say, it's only when victims are at that level that we can really talk about reparations. Because if we are not understanding the immediate needs, or they need to be up to at least the line of poverty, let me say that's quite real, we cannot really talking about reparations and apply reparations. Let me say something that this is just more for pleasure than for probably not very informative, but let me say, the law has two levels that I really think are very, very at the center of this discussion. It created a local level for delivering the measures, humanitarian measures, and a national level for at least the other two components that going back, as I said, to citizenship and the integral component of reparations. And I think they were, because I have some interviews with different people implementing this law, and of course, during my time doing it as well, they probably didn't realize how important it was, because it gave the law is providing the possibility that not only the national level will respond to victims, but actually at the local level, with their own capacities, they can respond to the victims and give certain particular things that at national level will be late or will be, far away from the different needs, from the context, different levels. And you can read what is the content of the components. But let me say that what is important in this point, and is the creation of the spaces of dialogue between authorities and victims at the local and at the national level. And this is what I was doing in Bogota. So imagine that in Bogota, we have 20 spaces of dialogue that are called mesas de diálogo, like dialogue spaces to discuss about the policy and the implementation of the policies at the local level. It means what in Bogota victims need in order to tackle, to address their needs and their problems. And this is when I said that before I was a human rights lawyer, and I thought they will love me, and actually they didn't. Why? I was the state. I was representing one of the perpetrators. People don't trust. People and victims were hard, and they needed recognition. They needed reparation. They needed being heard. They needed their voice, their agency, and all of this was denied. So this law was a tremendous shake in telling us how important will be to have these spaces of dialogue. I will, maybe I will include in the Q&A what happened in Ukraine when I had this discussion in 2018 with some victims there. But this is a different story. So I will tell you something that happened in an interview with Iris Marin, as well, a friend of us with Catalina, who is the former deputy director of the unit for victims at national level, not the local level as I was. She was the deputy director at the national level. In 2016, we had this conversation. The conversation was about what is really important in participation and inclusion of victims in the implementation of this law. And she said very important things. The first one is, this is a process in which we created day-to-day activities in which the government, the state, had to actively listen to the victims. They had to be in the same place and suffer what they suffer to have an agreement about what they really need, what they do need in practice. And this is a process of growing in at least three things: morally, politically, and democratically. What she was saying is this is not only about the victims, but we were growing, all of us, as a society. We are actually the state and the government and the civil servants and every person who were on that table, we all, and victims as well, not because they have their agency and their voice, they were constructing and building with us, all of us, we were growing in all of these three aspects, morally, politically, and democratically. She said something very important. She said, this policy could be more efficient, quickly, and probably more economically, efficient. But actually the power lies in the dialogue with the victims. And it's probably slower and probably all the things you can say, but is more legitimate and is more able to attend and to achieve the results we wanted. I don't have time for this, but let me say the final aspect that I think will be important for us in terms of the lessons for the discussion on terrorism. The first one is reparations have the potential to directly address the victims of an act of violence. It's really a mechanism that, and it's easy to understand for all of us, how important and how close it is to tackle the real problem, the roots of the problem in different ways, from an individual, from a collective way. The second aspect is the inclusion and participation are essential tools for a legitimate process of recognition of what happened in the past. And I think this is very important, the legitimacy of the state, but actually the recognition of what happened and the recognition of the rights and satisfaction, protection of their rights. And finally, the power of including victims' voices in policies to address violence guarantees the adoption of measures that understand needs and demands and have more changes to achieve their transformative potential. I'm not saying, please don't just put in tomatoes on me to say that this is really tackling the problem and Colombia is doing brilliantly. I don't think so. But what I'm definitely saying is, in order to, the best mechanism we have here is including the victims' voices to close the gap between what we want, the transformative potential of these mechanisms, and all this work and what happened to the victims in the past. So I finish here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lina, for such an insightful presentation. I think that the role of victims is central in all this process. And indeed, we have, before the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, 6,000 individuals victims accredited and 275 collective victims that represent over 300,000 people. And for them, it's really difficult to understand all this: international law, human rights law, the reparations law. And especially since the government and very much the military in the state has always framed the conflict as a terrorist conflict. Just last week, there were some attacks in Catatumbo and it was framed as terrorist attack. And this is hard when you're in the transitional mindset, because how do we transition, which framework should prevail, and how do we forgive and start a new chapter? So maybe, Beatriz, you could explain a little bit on the issue of labeling and the framework between counterterrorism and transitional justice.
I will also give a presentation. So yeah, I can start. So yeah, thank you very much, of course, for the invitation. It is a pleasure for me to be here today. Can you hear me well? Yes. To be here today with all of you and such incredible panelists before, but also now. And I'm going to indeed talk about some of the lessons learned and, well, takeaways, because still the Colombian peace process, it's of course ongoing and a lot of the efforts are still going on. So then it is more some takeaways, and we need to see how it's going to develop, because the HIP, it's still going through its work. So as already the previous panelists commented, the Colombian armed conflict is very complex because it has very different stakeholders, not only guerrilla groups, but also paramilitary groups, and the state took over to fight them as well. and eventually also criminal groups enter to the scene. So drug cartels and other criminal organizations that have also interests in fueling the conflict. So of course, this is very challenging. And this has resulted in more than 9.5 million victims. And from those 9.5 million victims, 1 million is, for example, enforced disappearance. There's almost 2,000 people 1 million displaced, enforced displacement, almost 2,000 people disappeared. There's 40,000 cases of registered sexual violence, but of course, this number is high up because it's under-registered, and also many thousand more killings. So how then does the state has come up then with some solutions to end up this very complex conflict? And I do have a slide just with some important concepts that I wanted to share. Just for you to see and have more clarity, but well, all these groups that I have mentioned have, of course, committed crimes that fall under political crimes, but also terrorism crimes and international crimes. And yeah, there it goes. So this is what's the slides with the numbers of victims, as you can see, and it has been a more than 60-year armed conflict. And this is the slide. So I'm going to talk a bit about these different types of crimes and how Colombia has dealt with it, because these groups have committed some of these crimes. So political crimes are usually rebellion, sedition, and conspiracy. But within the Colombian national framework, they are considered as noble intention, related to noble intention crimes. And this is the guerrillas initially took up arms to fight the economic and political system in Colombia. And they said that it was because they wanted to bring social justice and equality to the country. And therefore, the country has had a tradition of giving these groups committing specifically political crimes amnesties, pardons, and penal benefits. On the other hand, yes, fine. On the other hand, we have terrorism-related crimes. And as Catalina mentioned, it's very broad in the legal framework in Colombia, but they are acts causing terror to the population in general or to part of the population. And internally, they are considered as atrocious crimes. And what does that mean for Colombian legal framework is that they are not allowed to receive amnesties or pardons or penal benefits. And finally, we have international crimes, which, as you know, are genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. And also because of the International Criminal Court, they are, of course, atrocity crimes. And therefore, for Colombia, this means they should not receive amnesties, pardons, or penal benefits. Of course, these crimes, for example, terrorism, could have a political intention, but in Colombia, they are separate and not necessarily is the case. So how then Colombia has dealt, you cannot hear me well, how then Colombia has dealt with these crimes and have signed peace agreement with these groups that have committed these different types of crimes. And just a note of what I said, the thing of amnesties, the provision of amnesties, international law is something that it's not settled. And for example, a few years ago, the International Criminal Court in the Gaddafi case, the trial chamber said that there's a growing universal tendency that grave and systematic human rights violations amounting to international crimes and crimes against humanity are not subject to amnesties or pardons. However, the appeals chamber in an obiter dicta said, that international law is still in developing the stage on the question of acceptability of amnesty. So there's a discussion there regarding their use for international crimes. So how has Colombia dealt with this? Well, the national legal framework, in 2009, there was a new constitution established, and in its Article 22, it has the right to peace. And the Constitutional Court has said that peace is the purpose of the new constitutional order, and it should be seen as a principle, a value, right, and duty. So all state authorities have the duty to comply and to try to guarantee peace. And of course, there are previous peace agreements, as they just explained, and some of them were very controversial. Indeed, the one with the paramilitary groups in 2005. Why? Because victims organizations and victims groups, but also scholars and the international institutions said you are not guaranteeing enough victims' rights to truth, justice, reparations, and non-repetition. And therefore, the court, the Constitutional Court, and in general, Colombia's legal framework has moved to say we need to find a better balance between peace and guaranteeing the rights to truth, justice, reparations, and non-repetition. And we should do this within a transitional justice framework that really protects these rights. So this is how the 2016 peace agreement that was already explained was signed. And indeed, as the magistrate Catalina said, FARC said, we are not going to prison, so we need to find alternatives for us. And I'm not going to explain in depth because they already did, but they signed a comprehensive agreement, and specifically point 5, which had different transitional justice mechanisms. And those of them, one of them, of course, is the HEP. So the magistrate already talked about its mixed nature and having restorative justice as a paradigm, so I'm not going to explain. And she also mentioned the 3 sort of routes that are with the HEP. So only for political crimes, they will receive amnesties or penal benefits, depending if they are part of the guerrilla groups, they will receive amnesties. If they are from the army members, they will receive penal benefits. And if we're talking about those most responsible for international crimes, then they need to go necessarily to first a dialogical trial or an adversarial trial. So the center is the dialogical trial, where, as the magistrate already explained, victims and offenders come to express their views on the conflict. Offenders should acknowledge responsibility, should contribute with the truth, and also contribute to repair the damage done to victims. If they do not do that, they will go to an adversarial trial where they can get up until 20 years of imprisonment. But in the dialogical trial, if they fulfill these obligations, then they will receive the special sanctions, which are restrictions of liberty and rights in a delimited geographical area, so not prison. And then the TOAR, which are work, actions, activities with reparative content. And they are sort of like collective reparations. So what I'm going to talk now, it's a more practical and empirical aspect. So for my research, I have conducted interviews with different stakeholders, so victims, former FARC combatants, army members, victims organizations, and experts. And today I will focus on their perceptions of the special sanctions and also the dialogical or restorative part of the special jurisdiction for peace. And of course, this is a very tiny bit of the study because I cannot cover everything. So it's just to give you a sense of the perceptions. So if we see the positive perceptions for victims, these material collective reparations, because they made emphasis about the material part of it, made by offenders can give back something to society and improve the life of quality of others. And why do they make emphasis in material reparations? Because a lot of the regions affected by the conflict are those most in need. They are having a lot of needs of infrastructure, they do not have health system, etc. So of course they are making emphasis in material collective reparations. They see the special sanctions as a form of offenders to ask for forgiveness. And this is important, showing with actions and not with words, offenders' commitment to contribute to repair and to reintegrate back to society. So this is important because if they see them working, they can see it with actions and not only with words. Victims also, and in here showing with actions, for example, we have ex-FARC combatant saying, it's not a matter of punishing, it's a matter of amending victims and demonstrate willingness to transform society. So for them, of course, these type of sanctions are also important because it's an opportunity for them to show that they have changed, that they want to reintegrate to society, and that they want to transform. Also, what they mentioned is that these sanctions can serve to humanize offenders and to reduce stigma. And this was said by all of the actors, including army members, FARC combatants, and even victims. So, for example, these victims said, by doing work for communities, offenders become more human, more person, and gives them space to reflect. So we see that these are very important to change the sort of like conflict-related identity that they have to a more pro-social identity when coming back to communities. They also talked about how they can promote participation and coexistence, of course, if they are well done and they have psychological support in the process. And finally, some of them consider them as a minimum punishment. And why this is positive, because of course, these sanctions are supposed to punish these offenders because they are not going to prison if they comply with the conditions. And for example, these army members said, I see them as a sanction as far as they are complied with, because you will be 4 or 5 years doing something that is not personal. So they should be burdensome. And victims also said, I see them as a punishment if these sanctions can make offenders sweat. We want them to see them working. So more in the negative side, of course, some of them consider them as a privilege for offenders. These mainly victims, also victims organizations or NGOs, and also some of the offenders. For example, these victims said, but they are giving them total freedom. This is a privilege for them and they are punishing us. And why they have this sense of a privilege? Because they consider they are too lenient for the gravity of the crimes committed, because they think they should receive extra sanctions, so removing the benefits of the army, for example, or having to do compensation that they do not need to do under the current framework. And they also think they're not suitable for those most responsible. Here, an army member said, for example, I am in favor in peace. However, I disagree with Santos' negotiation. The army was close to defeat the FARC, and the agreement gave them too many benefits, especially its leaders. However, victims also expressed that they don't see, for example, high-ranking army members doing these type of sanctions. And there's a lot of skepticism about these. So they say they won't do them. And finally, they compare them with ordinary criminal justice system. They say, well, in Colombia, someone that robs a chicken or commits a petty crime ends up for several years in prison. And these guys are going home and are doing community work. So of course, the comparison, and this is, I think, a challenge for all transitional justice mechanisms, the comparison with the ordinary criminal justice system is there. And if we want to change the structures that we were talking previously, we need to look at ordinary criminal justice system. Now, the perceptions of the dialogical process. So the positive ones. So of course, they see this as very important because it's an inclusive process, not only for victims, but offenders too. They feel that they can be heard and that there's a recognition of their agency, as the magistrate and also Lina mentioned about. And for example, here a victim said, participation is very important because we have the possibility of being heard, recognized, and we have some guarantees that we did not have before. So of course, this is very important. Another victim said, in a country where justice is unjust, we have great hope in the HEP. We have been in this for almost half a century and the crimes have not been elucidated. But now from this transitional justice, we have been able to know some things. So of course, this is related to knowing the truth about what happened. And also they said that it's about cleaning the victims of names. And this is if offenders really acknowledge responsibility, they feel like this can clean their names in the sense that victims were blamed of what happened to them. Some of them said, yeah, they were guerrilla members, they were with the opposing group, so they were part of this conflict and they want that name being cleaned. And this FARC member, for example, said, we took up arms due to the social inequality in the country and to fight against private and public interest. We were not common criminals. So for them also being able to speak to their truth and what happened allows them to create a new narrative. On the negative aspect of it, so victims, some of them feel that participation is insufficient. As you mentioned, the cases have hundreds and even thousands of victims are registered before the HEP. So of course, in a single case, not all of them can participate in the hearings, not all of them can participate in the restorative encounters with offenders. So they feel it's insufficient. Some victims feel that they must fight for participation spaces. They feel like beggars of justice, and others consider them insufficient spaces or non-optimal. They also feel that there is an unequal treatment for participation with other victims. So victims in the same, for example, case, some of them are participating, not others. So they see each other, this inequality, but also with former FARC combatants. Some of them say it's re-victimizing that they can speak more during the hearing that we can do. Also, a negative part of it is that participating not necessarily means that their needs are reflected in the outcomes. So regarding the special sanctions, a lot, for example, of the pilot projects have been very much criticized by victims because they don't feel recognized and they are not meaningful for them. So this is a challenge. And then we have incomplete truth. So victims think that victims, but also former FARC combatants and army members say that the other parties are not contributing enough with truth. And for victims will be very difficult because indeed, as Cheryl mentioned, a lot of them wants to hear what happened with their family member, why them, why their family member was killed. But they won't necessarily speak to the direct perpetrator of their family member, so therefore they won't know, and that truth is important for them. So there is a risk of victimization. So to end, the possibilities and challenges. So what we see is indeed that there are incentives. So this framework provides incentives to groups to demobilize. It allows to create a comprehensive mechanism with different measures addressing the causes, but also consequences. It helps modestly to repair the damage done to victims because, of course, some of these harms are unrepairable. Also an opportunity to humanization of offenders and reduction of stigma. It promotes as well understanding and coexistence if they are conducted in a meaningful way and there are more informal spaces for that that dialogue. And finally, there's recognition and possibilities of new narratives. However, the challenges The security issues continue, conflict is still ongoing, so it's not easy to implement, lack of resources and coordination. As I said, some of the actors see them as a privilege rather than as a form of justice. Effective participation is really an issue, and also not creating measures that are meaningful for victims. There's high expectations, of course, political will in implementing these, and finally, external factors fueling conflict. So, of course, transnational crimes and other factors that influence in the continuance of the conflict. And this also applies for counter-terrorism, which I feel that, as it was said by the former UN Special Rapporteur, I mean, it's a different framework, it's not working, and transitional justice also needs to continue working to be more effective in achieving this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beatriz, for such an interesting presentation, and having the two perceptions and the two sides of public opinion is incredibly relevant. Now, I would like to briefly open up the floor to questions and a Q&A session for the public. So we will collect and gather some questions, and then the speakers can address them. So please, if you have any questions, it is the time.
Hi, thanks very much. I'm Kirsten Carlson. I'm from Roskilde University in Denmark. Thanks for the panel. It was such a great presentation. So many interesting things. But I wanted to jump on this question of sanctions. One, because I was under the impression that we didn't know a lot of specifics yet. So I'd love to hear, and I've also heard that that's really it's really a problem because everything is built on this idea that there will be these alternative sanctions. And I think it's one of the things you didn't really mention, the question of safety, right? So in addition to all of these weighing of things, what can these guys do and how can they be safe while doing it? And so it seems, as I understand, pretty stalled, and it seems to generate a series of questions that sort of have a kind of a terrible ripple effect. So I was wondering, and I guess for anyone who wanted to comment on that, how do you think that will go? Because it's such an interesting restorative idea, but it really seems to challenge and possibly re-deepen conflict as opposed to resolving. Thank you.
Thank you for the lecture. I just wanted to ask a it was briefly mentioned at the end, talking about the characteristic of the crime, and then you basically, it was mentioned of the international character of the crime. I wanted to ask, on this current mechanism, how does it involve other countries? Because FARC operated not just in Colombia, of course, it majorly operated in Colombia, but it operated in Venezuela and Ecuador as well. If I remember, 2008 there was a political crisis because of, I think, Colombia military entered Ecuador to attack FARC. So that means there's lots of countries that was involved, not a lot of victim countries, a lot of victims that's from another region of the area. Were they involved in the transitional justice process? How are their voices heard? If the crimes are done in their jurisdictions, are they sent there, or is the crimes completely done within the Colombian jurisdiction? How do you deal with extra jurisdictional issues in this current circumstances? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for these fascinating interventions. I would like to ask a question to Judge Diaz. You talked about victims being the protagonist and about the restorative dialogues that they can have in the HEP. And this reminds me a lot of what happened in the trial in Bataclan in France, where we had 2,500 people recognized as civil parties, and the court gave 5 weeks to more than 500 people to testify and open this space. And what was by two French scholars, Veil and Lefranc, seen as a transitional justice approach to the justice in France, to inside a court. And this was also a kind of my idea when I was putting this conference together, these kind of measures that they can be transferred inside counter-terrorism context, as it was this this trial against terrorists. So I would like you, if you can elaborate a little bit more on this restorative dialogue and what can be the benefit for the victims and also the perpetrators and the society as a whole.
Hi, those of you that were here this morning would have seen me at the top table, Chris Maccabe, Northern Ireland. I was in Bogota in January for a week with the Irish government. They're overall, they have a responsibility there in various ways. And we met lots of different groups, political and others. And I came back slightly depressed, rather depressed, in that the effect of drug cartels, the areas that were shown to us, we were given maps and displays of large areas, somewhere between, depending how you drew it up, 16 or 26 areas, which were effectively, everyone said, including government representatives, outside the control of government, really. It was impossible to police them and do things. I just wonder, does that change the geography, or how, if it does, affect what's been agreed here in terms of the transitional justice?
Great. I think you can start addressing the questions. I don't know, Judge Diaz, maybe you want to start with the question raised by Niki.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting questions. And I will address first the one on the restorative dialogue, and then about sanctions, and finally the issue on drug trafficking. With regard to the restorative dialogue, what we do in the first place is to hear the perpetrators. We call the perpetrators, and they are listened to for at least 8 hours, and we prepare a very robust, in-depth interview based on what is out there in relation to the crime. So we conduct substantive research before calling them to the first interview. Of course, we review the ordinary proceedings, now what happened in the ordinary courts. We review what is in the press, for example, the reports by the victims, the reports that the victims submitted to the jurisdiction. And we prepare a very detailed and in-depth questionnaire. And we interview them for at least 1 day. It's a session, like an 8-hour session. In some cases, we spend 2, 3, 4 days listening to, for example, a general or these top leaders of the insurgency. And then we open a space for questions on the side of the victims. So the victims, the real family members of those killed or disappeared, or actually the surviving victims, are listening to and watching directly the statement by the offender, sometimes in the same room, sometimes in an adjacent room connected to the main room by a TV screen. In any case, the lawyers of the victims gather the questions and the comments throughout, for example, the morning, and then in the afternoon, they have the floor. So the lawyers of the victims have the floor to place the questions. But it's not questions just that the lawyers have come out with, no? It's questions based on what victims wanted to know, the reactions of victims, the comments of victims. Sometimes a victim herself wants to make a statement. She says, I really want this man understand what victims hear in this adjacent room. What are we feeling about what he's saying? And this is the first moment. I don't have the time to elaborate the entire proceeding, but once, 2 years after that, we issue an indictment, I mean, a formal judicial decision indicting those most responsible for crimes. I mean, it's a legal document. It has a very robust approach to telling the truth. I mean, it has a big chapter on what happened. It reflects the voice of both perpetrators and victims. And when we indict those perpetrators for international crimes, we offer them 30 days to acknowledge first in writing. So they sent us a submission. It's a one-page submission in the majority of the cases, saying, yes, I admit to my responsibility, or my responsibility to the crimes. And we spend them like 8 months preparing the public hearing. And that preparation of the public hearing is, it's a kind of restorative justice scenario in itself. So we judges, we lead kind of the principles of that preparation, we orient that, but the actual preparation is conducted by psychologists, anthropologists, the restorative justice team in the HEP. So that's why we say this is a robust restorative dialogue. It takes place throughout at least 4 years from the date in which the perpetrator was first, was heard from the first time, to the day in which the public big acknowledgement hearing happened. And throughout those 4 years, actually what you see is that the perpetrator reflecting on what happened, on what he did. And the statement he gives in the hearing, it's much deeper, robust, reflected in a way than what he said in the first moment. So that's what I mean when I talk about a robust restorative dialogue. On the sanctions, first of all, I have to say that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace has not been able to issue its first sanctions, its first sentences. We, the Acknowledgement Chamber, I sit in what is called the Truth and Acknowledgement Chamber. We have submitted 4 cases saying the perpetrators acknowledge to the complete, detailed, exhaustive truth, and they are entitled to the restorative sanction. Those decisions are called by the law concluding resolutions. So we have been able to issue 4 big concluding resolutions, one related to the top leadership of the FARC, and the other 3 related to former members of the army, of the official army, who perpetrated crimes of extrajudicial executions and enforced disappearances. And our colleagues in the Peace Tribunal, the chamber in charge of imposing the sentence, the final decision, have been dealing with those concluding resolutions for almost 3 years. And they are announcing that this year they are going to issue the first sentences. It has been very challenging because putting into place a restorative project means, infrastructure, resources, questions about where are these perpetrators going to live? Are they, prepared, ready for what type of services? Of course, victim participation in the definition of the type of services that they are going to actually conduct. So it has been very challenging. But our colleagues in the chamber in charge of the sentencing are announcing that the first decisions are coming this year. So all of us are waiting that, with a lot of hope. But as Beatriz was mentioning, exploratory pilot projects were put in place by the presidency of the HEP. And those 3 exploratory projects offered very important, learning and best practice and not so good practice about this big enterprise of putting into place restorative sanctions for those responsible for international crimes. And finally, on drug trafficking, and I think that's kind of our, it doesn't come to my mind the word in English, is maldición in Spanish. It's kind of our, it's so devastating for Colombia. What the market of cocaine worldwide means. So being the country that grows coca leaf and how cocaine is consumed in the US and in Europe. And of course, the consumption is not dropping, is being permanent. And how the government has not been able to control fully those territories in which coca is grown, and in which what happens is that new mafias, actually new armed groups, illegal armed groups that operate in the form of a mafia, offer illegal services to drug dealers, to drug traffickers, to all the points in the chain of drug trafficking. So those mafias offer illegal services. They take care of the roots of drug trafficking. They offer security, of course, illegal security to those mafias. And that means parts of the territory that are under legal control by those mafias. And sometimes those mafias clash. Actually, that is what is going on now in Catatumbo, the region I think Lina mentioned, and affect civilians, internally displaced, killings and forced disappearances. Actually, new children are being recruited by those mafias. But it's intimately linked to the drug trafficking, actually human trafficking as well, and illegal mining. So I'm gonna end with that note, which is our, I think, structural challenge. How to control, how the services of a democratic state are being deployed throughout the entire territory. That's our big challenge.
Thank you very much, Judge Diaz. Now I would beg our panelists to address very briefly. Maybe you can pick one of the questions raised by the public. Thank you.
Yes. So yes, just quickly regarding the sanctions. Indeed, as the magistrate just said, there have not been sanctions really imposed yet. And my research was more on the design of the sanctions and the idea of if these type of designs could potentially sort of achieve the goals that they're supposed to repair the harms done, to reconstruct social tissue, and also to reintegrate offenders back into society. So it was more about the framework rather than the sanctions, because indeed there's no sanctions. And the disagreement indeed that victims have expressed, it's related to what the magistrate just said, some of the pilot projects, because there's one with the Awa indigenous community that was very much done with the community, so that has been received positively by them, but the other ones have been more controversial. And also of some of the sort of like potential projects that have been included in some of the resolutions of conclusions too. So yeah, that's the main thing, but I will stop there due to time.
Yes, very briefly, I'm not completely sure if I understood it. The victims are from Ecuador or from other countries around. But when I want to say very briefly is this is a domestic law. So it's basically applies in Colombia. It's applying international framework, of course, but has been integrated into the constitution and in particular laws, but it's not. But it's a domestic law that cannot include. That doesn't discriminate the nationality of the victim, but it must be applied in Colombia. I stop there and we can talk. Yeah, later. Thank you.
So as the day comes to an end, I have the pleasure to welcome Professor Josefina Echavarría Álvarez and Professor Richard Inglis for the closing keynote lecture. I have to say that both have been very enthusiastic and encouraging for the organization of this conference, and I would like to thank them personally. Now I would like to present them before giving them the floor. So Professor Josefina Echavarría Álvarez is Professor of the Practice and the Director of the Peace Accords Matrix Program at the Kroc Institute for International Peace Studies in Notre Dame University. Josefina is also a faculty fellow of the Pulte Institute for Global Development. Josefina directs the Legacy Project for preserving and engaging the digital archive of the Colombian Truth Commission, which guarantees continued access to more than 200,000 files, including audiovisual, non-textual knowledge, and digitized documents compiled by the Colombian Truth Commission. She was previously co-director of the Research Center for Peace and Conflict at the University of Innsbruck and a fellow at the University of Cambridge and Trinity College. Professor Richard Inglis is a director of the Senator George Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice at Queen's University, Belfast, where he's also professor of politics. Between 2011 and 2016, he was Wardlaw Professor of Politics in the School of International Relations and Director of the Handa Center for the Study of Terrorism and Political Violence at the University of St. Andrews. Among others, he is a Fellow of the British Academy, a member of the Royal Irish Academy, a Fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, and an Honorary Professor at the University of St. Andrews. In 2018, he was awarded a CBE for services to the understanding of modern-day terrorism and political history. In 2019, he was awarded the Royal Irish Academic's Gold Medal in the Social Science. So I will both give you the floor for a conversation entitled a conversation on reconciliation, terrorism, and counter-terrorism.
Thanks very much, Niki, and thank you to your colleagues for this wonderful day. I've learned so much today. Every single session has been great. The talks have been wonderful. The questions have been great. It's a real honor for me to share the platform for this final keynote session with Josefina. The words reconciliation, terrorism, and counter-terrorism are not normally in the same title in a conference panel, but Josefina and I are going to suggest that maybe they should be in tune with what you've been hearing today. What we're going to do is Josefina is going to talk about her work and ideas and how they relate to the title and the conference theme. Josefina's work has made a huge contribution, in my view, both academically and practically to our understanding of peace building and of transitional justice. I'm going to talk then about my ideas for about 10 minutes or so and how they relate to the session, particularly drawing on some work I've done on counter-terrorism. And then we really look forward to the questions and discussion for you. So get ready for those microphones to go right. We're looking for really sharp questions. We know it's the last session, but we're expecting it to be the best session, like at Glastonbury, the final session. The final session is always the really bouncing one at the pyramid stage. So I'd like to hand over now for her talk to Josefina, then I'll speak and then we'll take the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you so much, Niki, for your words, Christoph, for this very warm hosting at the Asser Institute. I've never been here. Yesterday was the first day where I had the pleasure to be here, and I'm delighted. You're great hosts, and thank you to the audience for all your great questions and the great contributions and the keynotes and the coffee talks. So as Niki was saying, I'm the director of a project that is called the Peace Accords Matrix. And what we try to do at the Peace Accords Matrix is, and maybe we'll come back to this idea, we ask ourselves what happens the day after people sign peace accords. So we have a lot of emphasis and we have a lot of studies thinking about the design of peace accords, negotiation, mediation techniques, skills and training. And we ask from day one, at least 10 years down the road, how are the commitments of those peace accords really being implemented on the ground? We have developed this at the University of Notre Dame with I think a very comprehensive methodology that does not only look at the commitments in the text, but also always seeks to triangulate all the information on the ground. So we have our database has 42 cases, including Northern Ireland, but we have 2 special field units, one in Colombia, where we received a mandate in the peace accords to monitor the implementation in 2016. And we also have a field unit in Mindanao in the Philippines, where we also received a mandate to monitor the implementation of the Bangsamoro Peace Accord. So from these 2 practical implementation field units, what we try to do is kind of like check on our own research and academic ideas to see what has worked well, what is not working so well, how can we improve both the design but also the implementation process. And I think that this is where I want to share with you some of my thoughts, my preliminary thoughts on the question of this word of reconciliation that appears in the title of our keynote. So what the peace accords tend to do is, of course, focus on the institutional changes that are necessary in order to tackle the underlying causes, but also the patterns of violence. What a peace accord cannot tell us is how do we relate to each other. We still haven't gotten to the point in which you sign a contract in which you say, now from now on, we're going to diminish stigmatization. We're going to treat each other with respect. We're going to dignify the victims. We're going to have acknowledgement, recognition, active listening, right? So we can change the institutions, we can change the legal frameworks, and our work is to feel that accord with life, knowing that the institutional changes are only one dimension of change. Interpersonal change, we heard this morning, right? How difficult it is to really get together, look at each other in the eye and work together, go to school together, marry each other, and so on. So how can we push? Because the peace accord is that great opportunity for an institutional change. You just heard what is happening in Colombia. It's never happened anywhere else around the world. It's a window of opportunity for social change to really take root. But beyond doing what is in the peace accord, of course, we have to work on certain key issues. And this morning we were talking about these 4 pillars of transitional justice. In peace studies, of course, we also have 4 pillars, but not of transitional justice, but what we call for comprehensive reconciliation. One is truth. We don't need to agree on everything, but there has to be some kind of appreciation of some shared understandings of truth. As you heard, I am one of the guardians of the digital archives of the Colombian Truth Commission, which is a collection of stories. So you know, you've maybe read many different final reports of other truth commissions. It tends to be, as Cheryl was saying this morning, maybe this thick of a book. If you're lucky, it has several volumes. The Colombian Truth Commission, yes, it does have 11 books, but it has a digital archive that defies a clear, linear understanding of what happened to us. What it does is it creates a polyphony of stories, human stories about the war and the resistance to the war. So there is a shared understanding of the truth, but it doesn't mean that there is a consensus. And I think that's fundamental because it is what we heard. There are audiences where you have responsible ones, victims and witnesses coming together to speak about what happened. We need to create those spaces and then the second big pillar of reconciliation is, of course, mercy. It is religious concept. I think if you wanna, instead of using mercy, use the notion of compassion, I think it's important. There has to be a space in which we have the opportunity to forgive each other, not just to understand each other. the same as with reconciliation at the interpersonal level. Nobody can tell you when to forgive. You can sign a paper, but nobody can actually force us to forgive, right? So mercy is important, just to create those opportunities in which we can talk not just about understanding, but I would say about compassion and acceptance. Justice is important, of course, and ensuring accountability for what has happened, for reparations, for restoration, but also for dignity. And this is a word that we hear very often in the Colombian context when we speak about the dignification of the victims. And one of their major claims, if you read anything in the transmedia, if you watch a video, the question is, how do we make sure that victims feel that their dignity has been restored? Because violence also takes away our dignity. And so the question is not whether or not we are inherently deserving of dignity. Nobody gives me my dignity. I have dignity. But the fact that somebody who might have harmed me, or somebody who might have witnessed the harm that was being done to me for 60 years and didn't do anything, didn't stop it, didn't prevent it, didn't repair it, I also want the recognition of my dignity from them. So it is a much more, if you want, human aspect of justice that is, of course, included in these various mechanisms of transitional justice. And the fourth one is peace. This is a challenge in any post-accord society. The idea that, of course, the implementation of a peace accord that generally includes, of course, questions of demobilization, disarmament, and reintegration of former combatants does not necessarily equate itself with a stable and peaceful environment. And I think this has a lot to do with our own metaphors for understanding the cycles of violence. And I would like to leave us with that. So I'm just going to my fourth page. We'll talk about the rest of the pages 2 and 3 later. But basically, what we are seeing in all these practical cases is that, of course, the cycle of violence is not linear. It's not that there was a state of peace, and then there is a war, and then there's a peace accord, and then people are going to be together and live happily ever after. But that violence is cyclical. And that the same as violence is cyclical, of course, we need an iterative process of reconciliation. Reconciliation at the institutional level is a good start, but that reconciliation that comes from creating much larger processes of really reconnecting at the human level is indispensable to be repeated. And I think that this is a challenge when we are, in an interdisciplinary environment where we have people that are both practitioners and scholars, which is how do we make sure that when these processes are being challenged, because maybe there was not such as big of a legitimacy as we expected, because our funds have been cut, because all these different challenges that we face in the field of peace building, to remind ourselves that these processes require reiteration, it requires a repetition, and that we will never go back to the way things were in the past, but that by repeating, we're also creating much deeper, they're much more anchored processes of reconciliation. And the belief in that is, of course, within a framework of institutional, in this case, transitional justice, is fundamental if we want to get to the point in which, with this, I pass the ball to Professor Richard English. If we want to get to the bottom of not just what are the objectives of terrorism, but why do we find ourselves back and forth, always finding a lot of extremism and, of course, a lot of groups of people that believe that violence is the only way, or that they have available in order to exact social change? Thank you.
Wonderful, Josefina, thank you. Counter-terrorism changes the world far more than terrorism. And indeed, counter-terrorism causes much more violence than terrorism. my argument running through what I'm going to be saying in this very brief talk is that we really need to rethink counterterrorism and see it not as the enemy of peace, but as part of processes of peace, if we want the next 100 years to be less awful than the last 100. And I think that's an aspect of reconciliation, terrorism, counterterrorism, and transitional justice, which I'm going to try and address very briefly and then look forward to the discussion. So let me make 3 points. The first is that if we're going to understand any of these things in a way that makes a practical difference to lived life, we need to be hard-headedly realistic. We need to be hard-headedly realistic. One of the arguments in my very attractively priced recent book, Does Counterterrorism Work?, is that if counterterrorism is going to be effective, you need to have realistic goals consistently pursued. So there are some depressing aspects of this, which is worth reflecting. Let's not underestimate how much damage to reconciliatory possibility is done by both terrorism and counterterrorism. The Hamas atrocity of the 7th of October 2023, the terrible suffering of Palestinians in the face of violent Israeli counterterrorism since then, particularly but not exclusively in Gaza. The damage done to reconciliatory potential by that violence is extraordinary. And let's not forget either how long-term reconciliation is as a process. Josefina rightly identified the crucial point that signing a deal is one thing, implementing and making it work over the long term is much more difficult. Reconciliation is even more transgenerational, I think, as an endeavor. And let's not underestimate the extraordinary importance of state power. Generations of scholars have kept saying the state is withering away. It's being overcome by trans-state, interstate things. It's being undone within the state. The state has an extraordinary residual endurance, rather like God in the face of endless atheism. It seems God is difficult to kill off, and so too is the state. And that means that, right, I'm glad that God exists. I'm less keen about the state at times, but there are aspects of what happens which are to do with state power, and international law is often very powerless against that. And attempts to try and do things against this, even if you reach international agreements, can be undone by the power of states which decide not to do things in a way which is reconciliatory, which is harmonious, which is irenic. So there are hard-headed realities, and if we're going to make a difference, there's no point pretending the world is run by the London Guardian, okay, or the London Review of Books, right? Let's look at things into, neither of those is flawless as an institution, but they're kind of broadly speaking lovely institutions. What we're going to deal with is very hard-headed decisions with people in the room who make what are to them very rational decisions, which are often brutal, which are often hostile to reconciliation and which damage humans. So let's be hard-headedly realistic, point one. Point two, in counterterrorism, and this aligns with something which Josefina said, though we hadn't shared what we were actually going to say, but there's strong harmony here. There is a profound resource which counterterrorists tend not to utilize as much as they should, which is the irenic or peace-oriented dimensions of religious teaching, faith, injunction, organization, and belief, okay? So people in literature tend with terrorism to talk endlessly about the ways in which religious belief and grievance fuel violence, which is an important subject. I suspect the net effect of religion on terrorism and on violence is to restrain it, is actually to restrain it. And this is where Josefina's point about mercy is very significant. Religious injunctions in all the major religions to mercy, to compassion, to empathy, to peace-oriented approaches to the humanizing of other people, and to forgiveness. And actually, I know there's big debate on this, it's hard to see genuine, lasting reconciliation without forgiveness being part of that. And the huge resource we have in religious teaching belief, and let's not forget there are billions of people on the planet who have religious belief, okay? You wouldn't think it reading The Guardian, or for that matter, the London Review of Books, or to going seminars at most universities. But the truth is that religious belief is a huge resource, and much of that offers resources which enable us to humanize each other, which enable us to turn those things which are often presented as being inflammatory into things which actually restrain violence. And it makes practical contributions. Chris Maccabe mentioned the Quakers within the Northern Ireland peace process. There were repeated evidences of the role of Christian figures in ways that people after an atrocity pleading for there to be no retaliation for the murder of their loved one, in ways which diminished cycles of violence. some of the early contacts between Republicans in Sinn Féin from Catholic background in the north of Ireland and Protestants who wanted to reach out to them were from evangelical Christians who were trying to meet them in ways that were very difficult to do at the time. Now everybody claims to have thought the peace process was a great idea. In fact, it's amazing that there are so many people who loved the peace process. It's extraordinary the conflict went on for so long in Northern Ireland because everybody seems to have thought it was a great idea all along after all, but it wasn't as it seemed at the time. Actually, it was a very brave thing for people from evangelical Christian background to meet Republicans who are associated with the movement which was attacking their community. Those contributions make a huge difference. So the first thing we need to do if we're going to be serious about reconciliation, about transitional justice, about rethinking counterterrorism in a more irenic fashion is to be hard-headed. The second thing is let's not forget what an enormous resource there is in religious belief in a positive, peace-oriented fashion. The third thing is, my point would be that counterterrorism is most effective when it's most just and ethical. Counterterrorism is most effective when it's most just and ethical. And here I think processes of transitional justice and indeed of reconciliation within it are absolutely crucial. It's clear from the vast debate there is now on torture and counterterrorism that ethics and efficacy align. Torture not only represents a reprehensible, inhumane way of treating other people, which is immoral. It's also a very bad way, generally, of trying to get speedy, actionable intelligence, which will actually help you to minimize human suffering, which should be the goal of true counterterrorism. True counterterrorism should be about trying to minimize human suffering. And I would argue that when you're thinking about truth, we heard a lot about truth today, from Josefina, from other colleagues being eloquent about this. If you're a state engaging in counterterrorism and truth is going to be part of the long-term processes after a conflict hopefully comes to an end, you want the things you have done to be as just as they possibly can seem if you want to have credibility and legitimacy after the conflict. And that's another aspect of making counterterrorism accountable, making it proportionate, and making sure it adheres to the rule of law and to democratic processes. Counterterrorism in itself, I think, can be seen as a just endeavor. It's a good thing to stop a bomb going off and maiming people and bereaving people and killing them, okay? And counterterrorism isn't just repressive. Okay, in the much maligned war on terror, much went wrong, which I've written about extensively. But it's also true that, for example, in the UK between 2001 and 2012, 43 terrorist plots were thwarted. That is a good thing, and they were thwarted by counter-terrorists. Even John Boucher, who has headed up the very critical review of one particular counter-terrorist endeavour in Northern Ireland, the running of an agent called Steakknife, an agent in the IRA who was working for the British. And Boucher, who's now the Chief Constable of the Police Service of Northern Ireland, is very critical about that particular operation. But if you read his full interim report, which very few people actually bother to do because most journalists are indolent and so they read the executive thing and just report that. But if you actually read the whole report, what does he say about intelligence-led counter-terrorist activities in general? He says it saved countless lives. It degraded terrorist organizations such that they were more inclined to go for the peace process. And this is also where Northern Ireland is particularly telling. Fionnuala is absolutely right that you need to address the causes behind the violence. We shouldn't confuse the symptom with the cause. The terrorist symptom has a beguiling way of absorbing you, but the causes behind it are always the really important thing. And the Good Friday Agreement of 1998, which Chris referred to and had a part in, was something which did try to address issues of state legitimacy, issues of the fairness of treatment within the north of Ireland, issues of identity, those human rights questions that had not been addressed. Absolutely crucial. But the Good Friday Agreement would not have happened if it hadn't been for the fact that counterterrorism had contained and constrained the main non-state terrorist groups, which is why, for example, the IRA agreed in the late 1990s to stuff they resolutely and violently opposed in the 1970s and 1980s because they thought they were going to achieve victory through their violence. When they weren't going to do that, they're pragmatic. They looked for a plan B. Was there a plan B which would achieve momentum? Would they have to settle for much less? Yes, the peace process, Senator Mitchell, the talks. The IRA accepts in the 1990s the consent principle for Northern Ireland, that if you're going to have a united Ireland, the majority of people in the north have to agree to it. They'd always rejected that. They'd always denounced that, and they'd always refused to have a deal on that basis. Late 90s, they agreed to it. Why? Because Plan A wasn't working. Why? Because most of their operations were being thwarted. They hadn't been defeated, but they'd been contained and constrained. And I think counterterrorism needs to be just also in the sense that you need to see a way in which the counter-terrorist efforts, which are tactical, contribute to greater strategic success. And this is where I'm going to end. I'm going to talk about Israel. people don't want to at these conferences, but I'm going to because it's the thing we need to talk about, Israel-Palestine. If you look at the Israeli counter-terrorist attitudes, much of that has involved tactical work, which has been very life-saving, and much of it has involved the entirely understandable desire to try and protect Israeli citizens from terrorist atrocity. Of course it should, and that's quite right. But it's not been the case that that's been aligned to a longer-term way of ending the terrorism by Palestinians against them, because you cannot forget the issues of Palestinian grievance, flourishing, and autonomy if you want to bring peace. Don't believe a professor who could never get elected anywhere and wouldn't be able to launch a drone strike. Listen to someone who was the head of Israel's internal security agency, Shin Bet, between 1996 and 2000, Ami Aoláin. What does he say? And no one could accuse Ami Aoláin of being soft on terrorism. What does he say about counterterrorism in its militaristic ways? He says, quote, "War against terrorism is part of a vicious cycle. The fight itself creates more terrorism and increased violence." So my final point, I think we need to be hard-headed. I think we need to think about the resources which religion gives us in terms of peace. And I think we need to think of the ways in which counterterrorism is most effective when it's just. What transitional justice gives us is a thinking about the long-term issues of justice, of respect, of dignity, of humanity, and of how we live together. In Israel-Palestine, it seems to me that Israeli security and Palestinian flourishing have to be two parts of the future rather than being enemies. And I'll end on that point and look forward very much to questions, which I think Niki is going to chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this fascinating in-conversation closing keynote. I think there are so many things addressed, and I already have seen some for a question and over there. So please.
Oh, so stand up now. You can see me. I have a question, a practical question again, the last one. The indigenous local community forgiveness project, what I want to start up in Indonesia, where I live, in a rural area, for ex-combatants, victims, and peace builders, plus student researchers with success. With peace dialogues, broader debates on restorative, indigenous justice, and communal healing after terrorism-related violence. Now the question is, would you like help refining the focus in gender dynamics, youth involvement with legal indigenous terms to avoid politicized language or in a difficult formal science-based law language? And my response for this panel is, I expected that the panel has also invited an ex-combatant or a victim in the panel to make it more dynamic, maybe for a next workshop.
Thank you for this remark. Maybe also some.
Hello, sorry, it is me again. But if you didn't want me to ask questions, you wouldn't have given such fascinating presentations. Thank you both. My question is mainly for Richard, and I found myself nodding vigorously along with what you said. My question is about the kind of the trends within counterterrorism, and having not read all the books about terrorism, but I have read a few, including yours, Richard. I'll say CT post 9/11 is clearly profoundly different from CT pre 9/11. The nature of the game fundamentally changed when an Islamic foreign group attacked the USA, right? That it suddenly changed the nature of CT and how terrorism as a tactic was perceived everywhere. And as such, I think we can see, as Fionnuala pointed out at the beginning of the session, how that enabled repression by various governments around the world. And it's frankly, it's a good thing that the Good Friday Agreement happened before 9/11 and not after it. My question, there is a question, is what do you see as being the changes caused by the growth in sort of extreme right-wing terrorism, where we're seeing members of European communities and white people in the States and in European countries engaging in extremist behaviors and sometimes violent extremist behaviors? Because it seems to me that people are starting to say, oh, well, there's a problem with young men in this country. They're just lost and they've got no identity and they're being radicalized and they're feeling really sensitive and maybe we should help them. It seems to me like the conversation about restorative approaches to terrorism are coming in vogue, perhaps because the people that are getting involved in terrorism are not people that we find to be other, but are people that we find to be similar to ourselves. Sorry for the long question.
We also have a third question here.
Thank you so much for very inspiring keynote panels. And I also appreciate Niki's initiative for very helpful workshop. My name is Machiko Kanetake from Utrecht University. I will join ASE from July. So this conversation has been very helpful in understanding the differences between counter-terrorism and transitional justice, almost in terms of paradigm differences. And I'm definitely in favor of transitional justice paradigms as opposed to counter-terrorism paradigms. But I think the choice of paradigms cannot be discussed without discussing or addressing discrimination against religious minorities and ethnic minorities. So I wonder, in terms of sort of innovating paradigms through different experiences, I wonder how counterterrorism paradigms learn from traditional experiences in addressing discrimination. So my first question was this. And my second question is a bit different. What can we do about UN Security Council, which has been sort of one of the pillars of creating threat against terrorism without defining its concept?
Maybe.
Okay, Josefina has asked me to start. Let me crisply try and give answers to those excellent questions, about 8 questions in 3. So let me try and answer. So the first question, the practical one, terrorism tends overwhelmingly to be local. 9/11 was an outlier. It's normally the case that the bomb and where the bomber comes from are quite close. So in that sense, I think that local initiatives help to give the contextual aspects to what is going to work best. So I think the sort of roots upwards aspects of initiatives are great. And I think learning globally across cases is something which is really valuable. On the ex-combatants, I've spent a lot of my time dealing with ex-combatants. I am always very happy to engage with them. I have been for many years. At the Mitchell Institute in Queens, we do indeed have sessions where we have people who are involved with having been former activists on various different sides, non-state, but also people who've been involved in the state. And that's something which I strongly support. Sam, your question, two crisp answers on that. I mean, there was a sense at the time, and I think not surprisingly, that 9/11 changed everything. I mean, Tony Blair says, quote, "I conceived of September 11 as making all previous analyses redundant." I actually think he was wrong in terms of counterterrorism. A lot that went wrong in the war on terror was about things that had been learned beforehand. Learn to live with it rather than pretend you're going to get rid of it, diagnose the right causes, obey your own laws, make sure you've got coordination within and between states, make credible analyses of what's actually happening, try and deal with the root causes. All of that was known before September 11, all of that was known after September 11, but it was forgotten afterwards in ways that were damaging. On the it's like us and it's like them, yes, it's much easier to say these lot are terrorists if they're somehow not like the majority community and your relatives. And that, in Britain, for example, the two obvious communities with whom that has happened during my life were the Irish community in Britain during the time of the Northern Ireland Troubles, and then the Muslim community in Britain during the period in the 21st century. My argument would be whether it's violent jihadism, whether it's Irish republicanism, whether it's extreme right-wing networks, the thing that you're opposing if you're doing counter-terrorism properly are people who are causing mayhem, maiming, death. I don't care which cause it's going for, but I do think you need to look at the causes behind it rather than just saying, here's a bunch of bad guys, let's lock them up. So I think with the right-wing terrorism, in the United States of America, the most likely threat of non-state violence, which is politically motivated against you, is actually from people of Christian heritage. And that's where and increasingly the FBI has kind of noticed that under the new presidential regime, it'll be interesting to see how things operate. But it seems to me a crucial point. But my point is, let's stop the maiming, let's stop the killing, let's stop the brutality. And part of that involves technical counterterrorism, and part of that involves looking at root causes and trying to address other ways of people having their grievances assuaged. On the questions at the end there, yeah, I mean, my argument, as I mentioned, I think that tactical counter-terrorism in the sense of stopping someone planting a bomb which ruins people's lives is perfectly reasonable, but that doesn't preclude attending to issues of discrimination against minorities, discrimination against people. Indeed, I think that should happen anyway, and that should be part of it. The Northern Ireland case suggests that those are harmonious when done well. You try and address the root causes, but you also try and stop the bombers from bombing. Indeed, stopping the bombers from bombing can make the bombers more likely to become non-bombers because they'll look at a process which is actually going to address issues. The UN, well, it's hopeless, isn't it? I mean, let's be blunt. I mean, you know, when people say the UN's going to help us out and it's time to go and, you know, sample some of the drugs that Chris was referring to from Colombia, frankly, because state power gets in the way of much that the UN tries to do. I don't have an answer for that. I'm a recovering pessimist. I don't think it's going to help. What you can do is where the UN can do stuff that's good, try and open that door and push through it. But I mean, you know, if you've got a veto from some of the most powerful players on the planet who just decide to say no, even if there were, which there never will be, even if there were a consensually agreed international definition of what terrorism is, a powerful state could just ignore it. And who's going to say to China, okay, that's you've just transgressed, or to the United States of America, you've got to do this? They'll say, well, okay, you know, Britain's army, about 4 men and a dog. You know what I mean? You know, what's it going to do against China or the United States of America? So I wouldn't go with the UN, but I would go with combating discrimination.
Thank you so much for your questions. I'm going to try to tell you something that you might have heard already today, and is that there are, of course, certain conditions that made possible in this particular case, it's the 2016 peace negotiations in Colombia. Well, it started in 2012. And of course, one of them was this perceived stalemate. If you read the accounts of the negotiators, of the militaries, of the guerrilleros, what you find is this, at least this awareness that through violent means, through the reproduction or through a continuation of the war, that the state or that the military could not really eliminate the threat of violence by FARC. And on the side of FARC, of the guerrillas, it was very clear that they were not going to be able to, you know, take over power through violent means. So I do think that despite, like, in this particular discussion, it's important to say what were the conditions that allowed that negotiation to be ripe, to have those conditions in which they can really become fertile negotiations. If we look at a lot of what we have learned in the past about failed peace negotiations, which are not really that failed. One of the things we've seen in PAM is a lot of the most successful cases of comprehensive peace accords include provisions from previous or partial peace accords that maybe had not been implemented fully because of other conditions. So a ceasefire provision is one of the provisions that tends to be more repeated in comprehensive peace accords that generally come from partial peace accords that were previous to that negotiation. All this to say, what you are negotiating today that you think are just going to get the conditions for the next step very likely will make it into your comprehensive peace accord. And that's why it's important. Richard was talking before about this idea of being just. Peace accords that are signed in conditions of where the conflict parties feel that there has been a grievance against them in the accord are not implemented for a series of reasons. So I think it's a question of understanding when does peacemaking work, when does peace building work, and trying to move from that. We have in the particular Colombian case a very long-standing definition of the conflict as a terrorist conflict. I agree with Richard. What 9/11 allowed was, if you want, an intensification of previous definitions of illegal armed groups as terrorist groups, and an intensification of the exceptional powers of the state to securitize social protest, association, human rights movements, but it did not create those measures. It just allowed them to be intensified and not to have any sort of limit. There was a lot of work that was needed to be able to move from a definition of terrorism to a definition of the conflict as an armed conflict. And what we see is that in that move, we were able to create, I would say, the most comprehensive system of transitional justice. You've heard the 3 different entities. Each one of them has a different mandate. Each one of them has a different time in space. This is something we haven't talked about before, but I think one of the biggest challenges of transitional justice is that because they are transitional mechanisms, they are temporary. And we have to be thinking about the legacy of those mechanisms, the legacy of the institution, the citizen ownership of what we learned during those moments of transition so that it doesn't gets forgotten. So I think that that is a very good case in which you have, from the definition of terrorism, we move through a series of conditions to a definition of armed conflict in which I am aware that the so-called terrorist sitting in front of me is not just my enemy, is my adversary, and that we are both connected in a community that is already connected underneath all these political divisions, and that we're going to share a territory, and that our, well, probably your godchildren, my children, are going to be connected and live together. And that vision of the future allows me to treat these so-called terrorists differently, because our destinies are intertwined.
I think that was an excellent comment to close this. I really like. I think we're gonna stop here with the questions, and please upload our speakers for this question. So now I have the difficult task of wrapping up the day and provide some closing remarks. My notes are a little bit a mess, so probably I'm gonna forget a lot of things. So as I mentioned this morning, the objective of today's event was to address the question whether and how transitional justice can contribute in an innovative way to counter terrorism by analyzing the Northern Ireland and Colombian cases. Due to transitional justice goals, which include accountability, reconciliation, and sustainable peace, transitional justice seems to be an interesting, innovative, and complementary way to counter terrorism, providing responses that respect the rule of law and human rights. Today, our speakers provide us with some important insights regarding the interactions, the potentiality of interactions, the challenges, but also the divergences of these two fields. Today's event opened with an excellent opening keynote by Professor Fionnuala ní Aoláin, who, according to her, this rapprochement that we have of transitional justice and counterterrorism is problematic. So she walked us through the city framework before and after 9/11, pointed out the similarities and differences between the two fields, as well as the pitfalls of transitional justice in CT. She underlined the challenges of introducing in CT an à la carte, as she called, menu of transitional justice. And according to her, what is really needed is a fundamental rethinking and addressing mostly the causalities of the conflicts. The first panel on transitional justice experiences and their applicability in Northern Ireland gave us a comprehensive picture of the Northern Ireland case, but also of the challenges. Professor Chris Maccabe, with his extensive knowledge and first-hand experience on the peace process, talked about this very long road to peace. He explained to us the different actors. He talked about the hunger strikes, but also about the innovative elements which were introduced into the prison while he was a director. And this made me think of what we can find in restorative justice and also transitional justice, this kind of other ways, other kind of sanctions that came also in the second panel to this idea of restorative sanctions. Also, I wrote it down words like looking for a compromise, the stepping stones toward the peace, and the working assumption with what was before the terrorist. and the Good Friday Agreement, the new landscape that was created after it. Professor Cheryl Lawther focused on the question of victimhood. She started by a transitional justice approach to defining victimhood and raised the issue of complicating victimhood and the complex political victim, citing examples, very touching examples from her own interviews. And it's very important when she raised this question about understanding the spectrum of victimhood. And I think this is a very important and crucial question in terrorism. When I started working on the question of victims of terrorism, the big question is, who is finally the victim? And this spectrum and the different possibilities that we can offer, for instance, for reparation of victims, I think is something to take into consideration. Then in the second panel, we had from Bogota directly, Judge Catalina Diaz Gómez, who talked about the special jurisdiction for peace and the lessons learned from Colombia. And she shared her personal experience as a judge of this mechanism, which seems to be a paradigm for many other countries and conflicts. Underlining that, among others, the strong victims movement and the experience of Colombia with transitional justice before 2016 played a crucial role in this peace agreement that came to be the agreement with the FARC in 2016. She provides us with an analysis of the special jurisdiction of peace, what it is, what it can do, and its specific characteristics, such as the restorative sanctions, and also what the HEP has achieved so far. And seeing her presentation, we can see, as I said, that this model does work with a smart use of the incentive structure and a robust of restorative justice approach, which includes dehumanizing the perpetrator. And I find this a very important phrase, because what we see in counter-terrorism structure and architecture is how we see the perpetrator as the extreme evil, which we cannot negotiate or speak with. So this idea of rehumanizing the perpetrators and having the restorative dialogues among perpetrators, but also giving the possibility to victims to interview and interact with them, something that I have seen from my research in some PCV activities where victims can actually have some restorative meetings with the perpetrators. I think it's something to keep in mind about possible interaction of the two fields. Following Judge Diaz's presentation, Dr. Lina Malagon Díaz focused on the reparation law, which shows the importance of reparation for victims. And I really like during her presentation when she said that the right to reparation is in the Constitution of Colombia, something that at international level still is not sure if it's a right or an obligation of the state. So I find this very progressive for Colombia. And also how reparation can directly address the victims of acts of violence and in a way make them see that they are included in all these negotiations and peace agreements. Finally, Dr. Beatriz Hermida raised questions about the limitation and possibilities of the labeling, as she saw the international crimes and terrorist offenses, but also particularly focused on what they called the sanctions, and this perception of the special sanctions and how this can help us go forward to peace, which, as you mentioned, there is this right to peace, which is a principle, a value, a right, and a duty. What can I say about the closing in conversation keynote? I think that was a fascinating discussion, which raised issues such as, I have noted down in my notes, peace accord is a window of opportunity. And the question about truth, mercy, justice for dignity and peace, and the repetition of the reconciliation initiatives, and how important is this repetition to make us understand and change our mind for the future. And of course, Professor Richard Inglis to rethink counterterrorism and see not the terrorists as an enemy, but also a road to peace. So I think that everything today that have been said personally gives me an impression that there is a link and there is an added value of transitional justice in counterterrorism. And I'm searching my notes because there are a lot of pages. So transitional justice has been criticized also within the field of transitional justice. And it has been said a lot about the challenges and about the fact that it's not a magical solution. And I think something to take away is that transitional justice will take time, and every transitional justice mechanism will have to be sustainable and be during many generations. But transitional justice can provide us a framework to strengthen the civic trust. And I see that today there were a kind of terms and ideas that were repeated throughout the day. And some of them, they struck me because I wasn't expecting to hear this. I will start by the idea of amnesty. So this started in the very beginning when Professor Fionnuala Aoláin said that the amnesty will be outside the table if we are with in a terrorism, counter-terrorism context. But then Cheryl said that amnesty can also be a way of accountability. When someone enters the room and say, I'm going to apply for this, in a way, they also accept what they did and they have been accountable. And lastly, this idea came again in the second panel, and I think it was the judge or one of our panelists about Colombia that said that amnesty is a tool in the negotiations in Colombia. So I found this idea very interesting, how from outside the table can actually be a way to proceed to peace. Another term that was repeatedly heard today, it was the one of the victims, talking about the complex victimhood, but also being in the center of a trial, the victim. And I have seen in some research I have done how victims can engage in PCV activities and how victims, they can also be a way to move forward and help to counter terrorism through sharing their own experience and also talking to perpetrators and being a messenger for peace. Another idea was the one of civic trust, the growing as a society, the need to understand what happened in order to continue. And this also, it's the idea of redefining terrorism, redefining the problem and make it as a conflict, which can provide us there with a series of tools. So we don't have an enemy in front of us, but we have an interlocutor, someone that we will continue living in the same society. And of course, the important question of truth and reparation that has to be shared with the community and be acknowledged, the victims. So all this, I think, in a way, contributed to an awareness about the transitional justice tools, which can be explored in combination, of course, with other tools to help reduce the terroristic threat in the long term, but also strengthen the national security, the rule of law and the institution, establish accountability, give importance to victims and survivors, and promote reconciliation. As it had been said at the beginning, I personally see this conference as the beginning of further research and discussions with stakeholders, hoping to have the opportunity to explore more in depth the complementarity and added value of transitional justice tools in counterterrorism related context. The T.M.C. Institute and myself will remain engaged with the topic and open to opportunities for continuing academic, but also policy-oriented research and trainings. And we will include this kind of question into the ICCT Advanced Summer Program on Terrorism, Counterterrorism, and the Rule of Law, which I will be coordinated this year for the second time and will take place between 25 and 30 of August. Closing this conference, I would like to thank once again our co-organizer, the Senator George Mitchell Institute at Queen's University, Belfast, and in particular, its director, Professor Richard Inglis, as well as the Open Science Netherlands, the Royal Netherlands Society of International Law, the British Embassy in the Netherlands, and the Kroc Institute for International Peace Studies of the University of Notre Dame. Their kind financial contribution helped us materialize this conference. Thanks also to all the people that have been directly in communication from all these organizations for the excellent collaboration. Additionally, I would like to thank our speakers who share with us their knowledge and expertise, all of you who engage in such fruitful discussion, and last but not least, of course, the ASER team, the ASER project events communication team, who has been in the background the whole day, but also during many, many months. So a big thank to Helen, Cecile, Kian, Arijan, and of course, Christoph Paulussen. Thank you all for your valuable help. Before inviting you to join us for the reception, please first join me for an applause for each and everyone who participated in this conference.